having later today. However, and then DSI was supposed to present first. However, the Department of Higher Education and Training has requested to actually go first. So we'll have the Department of Higher Education and Training go first, and we'll take their questions, quick discussions there, and then they'll be followed by the Department of Science and Innovation. So without saying much more, I'd like to hand over directly to DG Sishi and colleagues to make their presentations. Let's just be cognizant of time, of course, DG, considering that you yourselves have to leave, but also that we'll have the DSI following to make their presentation as well. Thank you very much, DG.
Recording in progress.
Chairperson, good morning, and thank you for the opportunity. I trust that our presentation is reflected on your side.
It is, DG. There's also an echo, so someone else has their device on and it's creating an echo.
Thank you, Chair. We have sorted it out. I hope it's not going to pop up again. I take this opportunity to, on behalf of the department and our minister and deputy minister, to thank you, Chair, and the members of the Portfolio Committee for giving us this opportunity, particularly to present first, given the competing priorities of the department this morning. We appreciate this, Chair, and we apologize to our colleagues who are affected by the change in the program to try and accommodate us. We present the vision of our department, our mission, our 5-year strategic plan outcomes. We provide the members of the Portfolio Committee, or honorable members, with significant developments during this period under review. We provide the program performance against our second and third quarter targets for the 21st and 22nd financial year, financial performance, as well as the progress on the implementation of the Audit Action Plan. We take seriously this commitment for our department to ensure an integrated and coordinated PSET system for improved economic participation and social development of our youth and adults. We are committed to this vision, and each and every year we see progress, however small in parts, but we do see steps, we do see attainment of some of the goals. We monitor quarterly our own performance. Where there are problems, we do our best to try and deal with the shortcomings. Our mission is to provide a strategic leadership to the system, and we continue to do so. We take responsibility for the shortcomings in the system, but we are pleased when we are able to achieve the milestones, because we know the difference it makes in the lives of not only our students, but to the people of South Africa as a whole. The 5-year strategic plan outcomes are reflected in this light, so that they frame the conversation. They frame the conversation, and they also assist us to see how far we are from the attainment of an expanded access to PSET opportunity, of improved efficiencies and success of the system, improved quality of PSET provision, and a responsive system, excellent business operations within the department are important because they become the building blocks for us to achieve the bigger and broader objectives. the significant developments in the sector during this period under review is reflected, and notwithstanding the conditions of COVID. As you know, Chair, we never make excuses around the COVID-19 pandemic issues. We continue to push, and in this regard, in servicing the economic reconstruction and recovery plan, our skills strategy seeks to develop a skills strategy that supports the ERRP, given the slow job creation exacerbated by the current pandemic. The skills strategy was developed as part of the department's labor market intelligence research project, an implementation plan that's being finalized with delivery partners, as well as the technical implementation forum that has been developed to oversee the implementation. Significant developments during this period, Chairperson, includes the finalization and validation processes on data for student on enrollments, completions, etc. for the financial year. As you can see, there were about 1 million students enrolled in public universities for the 2020 academic year, against the planned target of the a slightly lower target of 1,090,000. NSFAS funded 504,336 students at universities against the planned target of 427,851. And in TVET colleges, our enrollments were lower than planned, and there were 452,277 headcount enrollments than the planned 610,000, with the 261,404 TVET college students that receive funding through the NSFAS. The 5,250 TVET college students that were enrolled in our program, the pre-vocational learning program, sought to improve the life chances of our young people. There were 142,000 students enrolled in CET colleges. Of course, this is lower than the planned target of 220,549. We are very proud of our centers of specialization, wherein we have accredited 6 TVET colleges to be trade test centers for occupational qualifications. In this regard, 69 artisan learners receive training through these centers of specialization. At this stage of the rollout of the program, the numbers may scale up. So the 69 artisan learners that have received training thus far just gets to show what the start is, but we are ambitious about this. We want to scale the program up to include much more bigger numbers, so that each college continue to pursue the partnerships with industry to enable placement of graduates. And I think this one we are committed to. In the last 2 weeks, we've had engagements with our CETAs to making sure that partnerships are strengthened in this regard. The lecturer development program in the TVET sector is one of the key drivers and significant developments that have occurred during this period under the review, with 10 universities that have received accreditation for 11 TVET programs. 7 of these which are offering DHET programs. There are 3 universities that are awaiting CHE accreditation, and 2 universities that are engaged with the institutional processes. 155 lecturers have registered for the professional qualifications in this regard, Chair. In the second quarter, the overall performance against the second and third quarter targets, we present that there were 18 targets during this period, and of which 50% of those targets were achieved in the second quarter, whereas we see a decline of the performance in the third quarter, and these were not only 19% of those targets were achieved, and the subsequent 4. The program performance against the second quarter targets are reflected in the slide. Particularly if you look at program 1, where the milestone target was the percentage of valid invoices received from creditors paid within 30 days. We were unhappy that we couldn't achieve this target, and 99% is not good enough for us, because we know that that 1% could constitute numbers that some of our SMMEs in particular could struggle to survive in an environment where unemployment is one of the biggest challenges that our country is faced with. And therefore, we take seriously the issue. And I think the reasons for deviation, largely, we don't want to trivialize it to just saying it's about credit note, pending credit notes, which is more about the systemic issues, the delays as a result of technical challenges. Certainly, we can make this point, but I think we accept, and Chairperson, I present this very strongly. I do accept that there are planning issues that needs to be fixed in this regard, notwithstanding the reasons we put, because the issue of non-attainment of payment within 30 days is just non-negotiable for us. Going forward, we are going to be working very hard to monitor the systems that the team has put in place, and I'm happy with the work that they are doing, but I think it's important that we make this point and make it very strongly. I'm happy that we've achieved the target of unqualified audit opinion, but we are driving an Operation Clean Audit. And this is a program which in every quarter, and we want to make an emphasis on. We are going to look into it to making sure that by the 4th, this particular quarter, we work hard to fix the areas which undermine our drive to attain better governance each year. And we are committed to this target. It's not showing at this current performance when you look at program 1, but if you when you look at program 4, where you have a concept of 3-year enrollment plan with a differentiation in program enrollment circulated to stakeholders for consultation by 30 September not being met as a result of the lack of capacity, of which additional capacity will be obtained as we work with directorates whilst we await the rollout of our plan to improve the filling of vacancies, which I'm happy to see the processes in place, but I think there's urgency for us to improve the capacity of the system to perform the duties that we are mandated to I think failure to meet the targets in these 2 areas is reflected in Program 4. Obviously, Chairperson, I think we are concerned with the DDG responsible, and we are working, very hard to making sure that we address these issues in Program 4, particularly in around examinations. Where non-compliance with the reporting standards and guidelines were the reason for the deviation, and we feel that because this unit in the branch has been actually the better performing unit over the many years, perhaps we have been complacent, and there is a need for us to really work a little bit harder to making sure that we bring them back to their culture of producing the results within the given time. In this regard, there was non-compliance in that instead of releasing those results within 40 days, the target wasn't met, even though 98% of the results in this regard in the certification backlog has been achieved. We consider this to be a non-compliance because there are still those that are outstanding, and there is work that is being done to clean it up, although the colleagues report to me that we have finalized on this particular target. And I hope that in the next opportunity to present, we will report a 100% reduction of certification backlogs. The monitoring report on the conduct, management, and administration of TVET college exams and assessment was supposed to be presented by the 30th of September, a target of which we have achieved. And we would like to see this happening with regards to the draft standard of governance standards for TVET College Council as well. The draft monitoring framework, a plan for the implementation of the institutional maturity model was successfully achieved as the final draft monitoring framework has been compiled and consulted upon. A progress report on the development of TVET colleges, the infrastructure maintenance plans for the 2022-23 related to all sites of delivery that needed to be approved at branch level. This was done on time, and we will try to utilize these, this potential of the branch to improve, to actually drive the other areas where we are still lagging behind. I'm spending a little bit of time, Chair, on Program 4 because I do wish to show that we acknowledge the non-attainment of our targets, but we are alert and fully committed to ensuring that there's compliance in this regard. Program 5 on skills development, our targets that relates to the report on the implementation of the National Skills Development Strategy by CETAS was timeously presented, and we are happy with this. The average lead time from the qualifying trade test applications received until trade test is conducted, which was 40 days, we managed to do that in 34 days. But in all of this, we are also measuring the quality of the attainments so that we don't only improve the quantitative targets, but the quality is also, served. We are very happy with the work that is being done in our CET sector, notwithstanding that the model, that is the sustainable funding model, was not timelessly finalized, but the process for the approval and advertisement of the tender is being looked into to make sure that this is done, but still the target has not been achieved. We've got a summit that we have initiated this week, and all of the issues towards improvement of our performance are going to be looked into. But most importantly, we want better clarity in the focus of the targets set for this sector. And from the summit onwards, we hope to achieve better clarity in the sector, but also a collective engagement and improve social compacting within our social partners. A report on the implementation of the teaching and learning improved plans at colleges was approved on time. Also, the draft governance standards and regulations of the college councils was timelessly approved. And these are good areas which we are happy to report in a sector that is still developing. The program performance against the third quarter chairperson on program 1 around the issue of payment of invoices within 30 days needs to improve, as I've indicated in my earlier comments. Program 3 has not achieved their targets on norms and standards for PSET student housing, and therefore, notwithstanding the fact that student housing norms and standards are being viewed to include TVET colleges, and the draft review policy was gazetted for public comments by the 29th of October 2021, we still did not achieve the target. And updated the guidelines for the implementation of the DHET bursary schemes is an important undertaking, of which the 2022 guidelines for the DHET bursary schemes can only be finalized once certainty about the shortfall from the National Treasury is confirmed. And obviously this has been overtaken by events because we succeeded to acquire the resources from National Treasury. And I'm happy to report that not only have we managed to acquire the resources for this particular financial year, but we have covered the entire MTF, which therefore means from next year onwards, the improvement that you see in the beginning of the new calendar year for universities, and I've been to many universities at this beginning of the year, and some have some problems, but overall one can clearly see that we have started better this year than we did in the couple of years before, and we want to attribute this to a stronger social compact with our social partners. We certainly are not going to take credit as a department for this progress. Instead, we are going to applaud the contribution by our stakeholders, our student organizations that we work with, and the contribution by the portfolio committee and its inputs as it does its oversight. It helps us to reflect on our performance and provide a better leadership of the sector, and we are going to continue doing so, knowing that it's not enough what has been achieved. Much more work needs to be done in this regard. The report on the financial health of all public higher education institutions was approved by the 31st of December. And the report on the evaluation of the creation and innovation outputs by public universities was approved as well on time. And these two targets were achieved. And we are happy with this. And equally, I think in the third quarter, Chairperson, we are not happy with the performance of Program 4. We provide the reasons in the slide on the column under reasons for deviation, which include, in terms of the draft consolidated 3-year enrollment plan, to capacity issues, which we have ambitiously started a program to improve our HR processes with a view to ensuring that we improve the overall capacity of the system. And we are watching this, and I believe that in the fourth quarter, we will report better outcomes in Program 4 than what is reflected here, because I have sight of the work that is being done by the branch head, as well as our senior officials that are really working hard to making sure that all of these issues are dealt with. And I sit here feeling unhappy about the poor performance, because we must call it exactly what it is, poor performance, and not present it as though we don't see that this is not a reflection of the capacity and the level of commitment that I see to the team that I work with, of which I'm privileged to work with. Program 5, Skills Development, has achieved an important milestone of ensuring that the report on the implementation of the National Skills Development Strategy, by CETAs is approved on time. In this regard, Chairperson, there is a lot of work that we are doing, because we have seen, for example, at the occasion of the publication of the scarce skills list by the Minister of Home Affairs, that there are sectors that are not happy that the skills plan of this country is not comprehensive enough to cover some of the work that is being done in the different sectors. In this regard, we are working with other government departments to making sure that we develop an integrated master skills plan that is going to ensure that all these gaps, particularly in the medical areas. We have seen this in forestry and fisheries. We have seen this, and we are working hard at this point in time. We hope that in the next couple of weeks, we'll be able to present something that resembles what I could call South Africa's master skills plan. Program 5 has not succeeded to deal with the issue of the lead times for the qualifying trade test applications, which is 40 days. They failed by 2 days. And I think this is bad enough, because it is not compliant with the standards we have set. But we are working on it. We see the potential in the branch, and we believe that that potential can be turned into a well-oiled machinery that is efficient and that understands that non-attainment of these targets it has implications for the transformation of higher education and training, but also for service delivery. The overview of the allocations for the second quarter is reflected Chair, in the slide, with the department's annual appropriation for the 21st and second financial year amounting to 115.6 billion, for voted funds at 97.7 billion, and skills levy at 17.8 billion. The allocation program is reflected there. And overall, Chairperson, if you look at community education and training, 2.4 million and 18 billion, 18.1 million, 13 for skills development, and 13 million for DHET, university education being the largest recipient of this allocation at 81 million, with planning and policy strategy at 230 million. I think, Chair, the overview of expenditure is reflected in the slide as reported in the earlier input in the previous slide, showing the spending at the end of the second quarter that has increased by 63%. I think we are happy with this. We want to consolidate the strength. I think with the leadership of our CFO in this area, we feel that we are well capacitated and there are still vacancies in this area, which I think with the filling of vacancies and the plan that we've put in place, we will also further strengthen this, particularly at institutional level when it comes to CET, because at CET colleges, that's where our focus is with TVET colleges. Our NDP targets are about expansion of both the TVET and CET sector. And these two summits that we've organized for both the sectors, TVET and CET, are aimed at ensuring that all of these issues are addressed, particularly the financial capacity of institutions at CET colleges to manage the disbursements of funds. We have found that the DDG in the CET sector is managed as well to ensure that systems are in place, but equally this must be meshed with appointment of responsible officials at institutional level, of which we are working towards, and we hope that we are going to refine this in the next week with a summit that is dedicated to do these things. The total expenditure for the period ending on the 30th of September of about 79.4 billion represent a spending rate of 68.8%, of which 9.2 billion is for the skills levy. The spending on operational expenditure has increased from 11.5% to 27.4%, amounting to 187.7 million, Chairperson. We are happy with this. We are happy to report positive and or efficiencies in the system, particularly if you understand where we were located previously. I think you can actually see that this is a system that is struggling with a lot of challenges because of the magnitude of the systems. It could appear to many that we are slow, but if you look at the magnitude of our system, you will know that perhaps some of better gaze into the work that we do could result in better reviews, which will assist me to encourage the team that is working so hard, to turn the system around. I've seen this in the 3 months that I've been in the department, and with the experience that I have in working in this department, I can see the difference. I can see that people are working hard. I can see that people are focused. I'm sure that this is not enough, because I know that their capacity shows that they can do much better. Transfer payments at 74.9 billion and the compensation of employees at 4.3 billion are the biggest spending items on our budget with regards to these payments. All block grant subsidy payments for the universities, for TVET, for the CET sector, including our public entities, are on schedule. And that shows the important area that I spoke about earlier. The detail per program and the economic classification is reflected in the next 2 slides. As you can see, under administration, the main appropriation is 503. And actual expenditure at 201, going down to 79 billion, 79.4 billion, the actual expenditure, which in this 4th quarter, we are going to be making sure that we commit, or the resources already committed for the 4th quarter, that are around 36.1 billion are spent. So the status of our expenditure, regarding the compensation of employees shows that we've expended the main appropriation of 10.3 billion, and we are left with the balance of 5.9 billion in this regard. We are watching this carefully because the slow spending in this regard is actually about the filling of vacancies and not necessarily about the underperformance of the system. The goods and services is always an item that you have to watch because it's about the operations of the department. That is where it's reflected. Sometimes when you see non-expenditure at 115 million, it might look like it's a small amount compared to 570 main appropriation, but the impact of non-expenditure in this area can actually mean that the operations are suffering, and this will undermine the performance of the system. So we are watching this with the CFO, trying to making sure that we work with the branches who are responsible for ensuring that these allocated funds are spent as appropriated. The capital expenditure is reflected, and the actual expenditure they also reflected. I think, Chairperson, I'm not going to go through the entire slides in terms of the overview of expenditure, but it just goes to show in our economic classification that we believe that the main appropriation of 86.7 billion and the fact that we report to you that by the end of the second quarter, 65.7 billion had been expended, and that in the last, third and the fourth quarter, we are left to spend the remainder, and we feel confident that this area will show good performance, Chairperson. And in the third quarter, it's more or less the same, with the voted funds at 97.8 billion, skills levy at 18 billion, and the allocated funds per program reflected in the slide. And I'm not going to go through it. I think it's relatively clear. There are other adjustments that has been made around the compensation of employees as a result of the exercise of reprioritizing to NSFAS about 65 million to fund core businesses, particularly in the area of systems, because the NSFAS is probably one of the largest public entities in government. We're allocated with huge sums of money and resources. As a department, we are not just transferring funds to NSFAS without due consideration of their capacity to improve their efficiencies in the administration. We are doing the best that we can to making sure that this is done, and this allocation hopefully is going to be there. We are going to be watching it. We are going to give it a strong oversight. We are engaged with the board, we are engaged with management, and the rapport between us and NSFAS is going to assist us so that there is no areas that are hidden, no areas of underperformance. Compensation of employees, we have had to adjust in this regard, and there is a declared surplus in view of the projected underspending in this regard because of the reasons that have been cited above. Chairperson, the additional funding for skills levy, is adjusted upwards due to the collection trends, and also the graduate assistance in our universities. We are happy to report 90,000 beneficiaries in this regard, and further that we wish to employ 3,000 more unemployed university graduates across the 26 public universities, and that the National Skills Funds and the performance model for the demand-led skills training, reflects that the 100,000 will be, allocated additionally to ensure that the delivery of the demand-led digital skills training with a focus of global business services, and ICT, our corporate services is doing well in this regard. And we trust that we are going to improve programmatically, particularly the collaboration with our skills branch, which aims to create a further 4,400 new jobs for young people. We, in the last 2 days of our engagement with all 21 sitters, without any exception, there is a commitment, not only just to meet the targets, and this is what is pleasing me this morning, it is the commitment to excel, which pleases me. The overview of our expenditure for the third quarter, Chair, I think it's been covered in my earlier comments, and I think it's reflected in the slide. And the detail per program and economic classification is reflected in the next 2 slides, which is reflected as follows. Of the adjusted appropriation of 116.8 billion, we've got 104.8 actual expenditure, and the balance is reflected, Chairperson. And the third quarter also shows that we are only left with a balance that is available of 3.7 billion, having expended 83.8 billion of the 87.6 billion that was appropriated to the department. The classification in this slide shows a trend line that is upwards, a trajectory that should be pleasing in terms of the spending trends. But when you perform this well in managing the allocated funds, the bigger other questions, because the bar keeps the standard keeps we keep pushing for better quality of attainments. We want to now see service delivery, so that the allocations that we've expended, how is it influencing service delivery on the floor? So I think in our engagement with the portfolio committee going forward, we would like to show more of this aspect in our presentations to you as we account to our portfolio committee, showing how we are dealing, also exposing areas where we are struggling, because even though the figures might look good, but the actual areas, could be hidden, that requires us to account in terms of how we are dealing with those. We are alert to this reality, and we are working towards it, and the spending trends of transfers and subsidies for the quarter 1 to quarter 3 reflected as in the slides. The Chairperson, I think as we conclude our presentation, you will allow us to also account on the progress that we have made on the implementation of our audit action plan. This is really key to us because there are findings that the Auditor General, not only the Auditor General, but our own internal audit system have made. And some are repeat findings, some are just obstinate targets that has been very difficult to attain. We hereby present to you our account on what kind of progress we've made in ensuring that we deal, decisively with the findings of the Auditor General, understanding that the gaze of the Auditor General could be very deceiving, because it could just be looking at minimalist areas. And when then the gaze of the Auditor General, the management letter says, now we are found wanting in the new areas of the gaze. We are not necessarily reporting with that attitude. We know that there is more that still needs to be done to making sure that we improve governance, that we improve service delivery, that we commit more in terms of the quality of the targets that we already have achieved. The department have received 22 findings overall in relation to the 2020-21, Auditor General's report. And 5 of these, are in the Auditor General's report, with 3 of the 5 in relation to performance information, and the remaining 2 findings pertaining to the non-compliance with the procurement prescripts. To date, Chairperson, action plans for 7, which is 32% of the findings, have been implemented and validated. I'm happy to report this, Chair, but we are still watching this carefully. The action plans for the remainder of the findings are being attended to with most that will be resolved by the year end. But we are watching this. We are not interested in just ticking the box, but we want to know, for example, where there were these findings, if it is systemic issues that produce them, if it is a lack of capacity in areas, or if it is policy-related issues. If once we've determined this, interventions will be roll out to ensure that we deal with. The action plan for the remainder of findings are being attended to with the most that will be resolved by the end. And most action plans are implemented in cooperation with our institutions, which has been the weakness that the system has, that we've been very strong at head office in terms of system management, but when it comes to connecting with our institution, particularly in the area of trying to deal with the development of the capacity of our teams in the institutions, has been lacking, and this is what the CFO is working with the internal audit, which we have now centralized in the office of the DG, so that the DG has sight of all of these issues, not on quarterly basis, on daily basis. And I think this is the determination that we have to drive the system, and ensure that good governance becomes a new culture of an organization that have done so well over the many years under the circumstances, and as universities that feature in the top 500 universities in the world, and this is a number of universities that we keep including, increasing in every year, and we see our colleges right now establishing partners with the best TVET, institutions in the world. We are happy to see these collaborations that the branch TVET is doing, and we trust that it's lessons learned from these engagements. We've got a team to Germany tomorrow to actually look into this country that is considered the best in the world when it comes to TVET systems. How far are we with them in terms of our own systems? Is there anything we can learn from them? We are not a developed country. We are a developing country, and our developmental approach means we've got to approach these things differently. Even if we see, standards like those in Germany. So we are not only just looking at attaining minimalist targets. We want to be the best, and we are working to become the best in what we do as professionals. Our own self-respect, demands that we do so. But as officials of government and committed public servants, to us, this is important, that once the Auditor General has made a finding, we apply ourselves the best we can to make sure that those issues are dealt with. You can see the summary of the external audit action plans, reflecting on the progress that we've made to date, and the fact that the findings of the audit report shows that the material findings on the usefulness and the reliability of our performance information, particularly with regards to TVET lecturing staff, appropriately placed in industry or exchange programs, this is achieved. And I think with the emphasis of the President of the Republic and in committing TVET colleges to placing more graduates, we've committed about 10,500 of these. And this is just the public commitment, but working with CETAs and working with TVET colleges, we are striving towards ensuring that more unemployed graduates are actually placed. And we hope not only to achieve the targets that we've committed publicly, but we hope to achieve much more than at this point in time. How improbably it might seem, we are determined to achieve our targets. The number of TVET college students completing NCV level 4 annually, here the Auditor General was unable to obtain supporting evidence regarding the achievement reported. I take this very seriously, because when the Auditor General is not able to get the evidence, you could have more problems than what is actually reported. And so we are watching this very carefully, particularly utilizing the instrument of our effective internal audit system. And we are trying to make sure that we interrogate these findings to see if more still needs to be done. And some goods and services with transactional value of above 500,000 were procured without inviting competitive bids. There's only one thing to say in this regard. It's a consequence management, and consequence management. That is the issue, and I will be very happy. I can't wait for the period to report on what it is we are doing about these issues in terms of those who are found to be on the wrong end of the standards that we have set. The material findings on the usefulness and reliability on the performance information regarding the progress on findings that affected the Auditor General's report speaks to various controls that have been set in place in ensuring compliance by our colleges in tandem with the processes for the validation of the portfolio of evidence, including continuous meetings with college principals. We have agreed with the EXCO in the department that when we visit provinces, those visits must include meetings with principals, and we've already conducted these meetings, and we've almost covered the entire Mpumalanga and KwaZulu-Natal provinces. And the chief director in the office of the DG is currently planning more of these. We are going to Cape Town for the summit, but at night we will be meeting principals, working with them to making sure that they are the front end of our service delivery system. They need to understand and interpret policies in the same way that we do, because if there is a gulf between us and them, you are going to see problems. Internal auditors on quarterly basis regarding audit performance information, reports in this regard. The progress on the findings that affected the Auditor General's report around the goods and services with the transaction value of above $500 million were procured without inviting competitive bids. And our legal services are working on this, particularly focused on the exam stationery. And other findings in the management report, Chairperson, reflect on the unresolved findings, which are anticipated to be resolved by the end of the year, but also on information technology. The training plan has got to be finalized, and currently it is in the process of being developed, but we are in a hurry to making sure that this is done in alliance with the fourth industrial revolution. The whole world, South Africa in particular, and Africa, our continent, that relies so heavily on research done by universities and research institutions in South Africa, rely on this sector to ensuring that we catch up with the fourth industrial revolution. We're sitting at the precipice of the fourth industrial revolution, and we know that it provides with us promise of better opportunity to improve, but it also presents certain unknowns which requires us to engage. And therefore, information technology training and development for staff is crucial in this regard. And therefore, the training plan is urgent for us. And I'm happy to see the work that Ms. Mbobo Vava and the team are doing in the corporate services. A service provider has been appointed already, and the required equipment accordingly delivered, and the matter is currently at the implementation stages. The current status of the audit action plan is reflected. As I conclude, Chairperson, there are policies that were not reviewed and approved. A number of them already have been presented to the Director General for approval. Others have been approved, others have not been approved, but work is underway to making sure that this is finalized. A policy register to track progress pertaining to the development and review of policies has been finalized, and a non-declaration of interest by employees. There's an ExCo decision to say we are not going to tolerate it, and we are going to work hard to making sure that we facilitate awareness sessions and initiation of appropriate delivery in this regard. Chairperson, the current status on the audit action plans around the findings anticipated to be resolved after year end is reflected. And other measures over and above the audit action plan, Chairperson, are reflected as well for the perusal of honorable members, so that our report could also be looked into in terms of what are these measures that we've put in place to making sure that we improve our audit outcomes. Some of these are quite, progressive, and they include, real engaging, so that we don't just improve head office, we don't just improve top layer of leadership, but we improve the operational teams in this regard. Chairperson, you've given us an opportunity to present first when it was not scheduled to do so. We apologize for that, but we appreciate that you've afforded us an opportunity to do so. And we thank you for the support that we continuously are receiving from you. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DG. Thank you for that presentation. I'd like to now open around for members to engage on the presentation we've just received. I just want to share from yourself, DG, when you speak on year end, in terms of the audit action plan, you're talking about the financial year end or the calendar year end? If you can just respond to that one, DG.
It's the financial year end, Chairperson.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to check that one. Thank you, DG. Thank you very much, DG. I think we'll just straight into questions from members. Honorable Letsie and then Honorable Mananiso will note the other hands of members as time goes.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are.
Danko. Well, let's welcome the presentation. I'm trying to be as fast as I can, noting that the DG needs to leave for a presser this morning with the minister. Let's welcome the presentation. Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members. Good morning, DG and your team, and everybody on the platform, including the team from the DSI. I think the first thing we must agree on, DG, is that the Q2 and Q3 performance does not look good. It looks very bad. In fact, I think saying it does not look good will be an understatement. It does not. It looks very bad. I'm happy, DG, that you're acknowledging some of these things. And I think there must be, we must find a way of addressing some of these things. I mean, even how we put some of the targets, for me, it's not right, because some of them you are saying the target could not be achieved because of lack of capacity in your systems, and then which forces me to think or ask a question: why would we had put that as a target when, in the first place, we would not have the capacity in the system to achieve that target? Why not rather put improving that system first, sorry, as a target? Sorry, man, I've got something irritating my throat. So it's something that I think DG must look into. Then maybe before I go to specific questions, I must note that earlier this year, on the 25th of January, the Minister tabled in Parliament an addendum to the 2021-2022 APP, which is literally a month before the end of the financial year. Was the APP, I'm sorry, man, these people, was the APP revised, DG, because you at the department will realize that most of the targets will not be achieved at the end of the financial year. If not, what were the honest reasons for revising the APP just 1 month before the end of the financial year? It is a concerning issue, this one, DG. And then on slide 8, bullet 1, you are reporting that the 2022 guidelines for the DHET bursary scheme for students at public universities and TVET colleges were approved by the Minister. And then on slide 17, under Program 3, you note that the target to have updated guidelines submitted to the Minister for approval by 31 December 2021 was not achieved. This is inconsistent reporting, because you are saying in one slide it was submitted, in the other slide the target was not achieved because it was not submitted on time by 31 January. I think when you answer DG, you must withdraw that thing on slide 8, that the guidelines were approved if they were not approved, as per your slide 17 acknowledgement. Because I'm saying this because I know the guidelines were not approved by the Minister during this quarter under review. The department reported during the oversight visit when we went to Salt Lake University that we could not finalize the guidelines until NSFAS shortfall had been addressed. So I think the point 1 on slide 8 should be withdrawn because of the reasons I've just provided. Maybe also take us through how far are you with filling in the vacancy of the DG of community of university education, university branch. How far are you with that part? The CFO, want to understand whether your department incurred irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure during the second and third quarter of 2021-2022. If so, how much was incurred as irregular expenditure, fruitless expenditure, and wasteful expenditure? What services or goods were procured irregularly? Whether same officials who caused irregular expenditure in 2020-2021, as per the AG's report, are the same responsible for the current irregular expenditure if there is such that happened in the quarters under review. What consequence management have been meted against those individuals in the department, and when the committee considered the 2020-2021 annual report in November of 2020 DG, the department had noted in their annual report that steps were taken or criminal proceedings were under determination for the irregular expenditure in court in CAT in 2020-2021. Was the determination process concluded? If so, what were the recommendations and the progress in the implementation of those recommendations? The President of the Republic, President Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, has raised concerns regarding the late payment of service providers by the department. The delays at times kills, most times it kills small business, as we know, and I'm happy, DG, you elaborated, you drove this point home when we were doing your presentation. In terms of the 1% of unpaid invoices, what is the total outstanding payment? What is this? Can we quantify this 1%? How much is it? And also, if possible, quantify it as to who was it supposed to, or who is it affecting? Is it small business? Is it youth, Black, women, people with disability own their businesses? Just elaborate further on this 1% a little bit. And then how many service providers were impacted by this non-payment of this 1%? On slide 7, under program 4, you have noted that you did not achieve the target, DG, of on draft concept on 3-year enrollment plan, which should have been circulated to stakeholders for consultation by 30 September. And your reason there for deviation, as you said, is lack of capacity. I mean, maybe explain to us, because from one sitting, I may be lost. What capacity really is required to DG to circulate a draft concept for consultation? Because my understanding is that you could have easily consulted with stakeholders, or you could have sent them this draft through an email or something, to these relevant stakeholders, unless you are saying to us there's a specialized capacity to circulate a draft concept, or you are saying to us that the concept was not drafted at all, and this drafting of this 3-year enrollment plan, 3-year 3-year enrollment plan needs, somebody with specialized skills somewhere to draft it. So maybe explain to us, DG, because from where I'm sitting, this is a very serious concern. And then DG, on this one of invoices, are you with your department committing that in the next quarter, in the fourth quarter, all invoices will be paid on time? What is it that you are doing and making sure that all invoices will be paid on time in the next in the next quarter? And then on your progress on implementation of audit action plan, I think the AG had indicated that the root causes of poor performance which by your entities generally, and they gave recommendations to yourselves that you must develop what we are presenting now as an action plan, which we are happy about. And then the same AG in the same meeting indicated or recommended that we must monitor and have regular follow-ups with the executive authority and an accounting authority on the progress of the audit plan. And I think that is what we are doing now. Now, on the questions, on page 208 of DHET annual report, the AG had stated the following regarding internal controls. One, that leadership did not exercise adequate oversight, specifically regarding reporting on the predetermined objectives, as well as the related controls, resulting in material misstatements being identified during the audit. The APP was not adequately reviewed, therefore it contained numerous misstatements. There were significant shortcomings in the record management systems used to maintain information to support the reported performance in the annual performance report. This included information that related to the collection, collation, verification, storing, and reporting of actual performance information. The department did not have adequate systems to monitor compliance with all applicable legislations, resulting in non-compliance with legislation not being prevented the department incurring irregular expenditure. Where do this feature in the audit action plan that you've just presented? All of this that I've just said. And lastly, I think it should be noted that the ineffective risk management suggests that there is a lack of monitoring and oversight by your department, DG. So how many incidents of consequence management interventions have been reported across programs? If any, and seemingly is not adequate and effective, at least from where I am sitting. How does that action plan deal with action management? Chairperson, as always, I would like to apologize for taking long, but I felt I must ask these questions to my dear brother and my dear sister called the department. Thank you very much, Chairperson. And
good morning to you too, Honorable Litsi. Honorable Mananiso.
Okay. Thank you, Chairperson. Let me start by welcoming the presentation. However, one wants to actually note that I'm partly covered on other issues by Honorable Litsi, issues of specifics in terms of demographics per the beneficiaries. One needs to indicate with regards to the 69 artisan learners that were trained, can we have specifics in terms of their demographics as well and residential locations so that we can see if really different provinces are finding expressions in terms of benefiting in these particular programs. And I'm happy that DG was alluding on the issue of collaboratives and as well social compact and doing things better as partners in terms of ensuring that we don't lose what we want to achieve as a country in terms of training, development, and skills. On slide 10, I think as well I'm covered, Honorable Chair, with regards to the concern that why did we decline on Q3 while on Q2 we did well? So it is very worrying. And I'm very disappointed as well by the issue that the issue of lack of capacity, we just need the department to unpack on that. If it's a matter of human capital, from today, we need to be given specifics. If it's about Jane being there, but not knowing what to do. Let us get reflections. If it's about the systems, let us get reflections. And on the issue of the 30 days payment commitment by the department, I just want to check if they have a plan and specific time frame in terms of when will they be paying those that are still pending to be paid, if they do have a specific time frame to mitigate on that. And the other issue is with regards to Chairperson, the audit action plan. I just want to say to the department, they just need to forward us with a plan that is attached of specific timeframes on when are they planning to ensure that they speak to the auditor's general findings. And lastly, Chair, I always say it is so actually, emotionally draining when it comes to CETs. I'm one of the people that actually like to emphasize to the communities to say that they have second chance, they must use these CETs. But again, when you go to these CETs, you find that, hey, the situation just firstly will just be a dropout. So I'm happy that we are anticipating to attend their summit next week. And let me not say many things that I wanted to say with regards to CETs. And I hope that this particular summit, it is a right way to the right direction in terms of ensuring that we actually transform the space that we normally speak of, CET. And I hope that next week it will be good deliberations, and people will those that will be doing commitment will actually execute what they are committing. And I'm happy about as well the presentation on issues of the 21 CETAs actually committing to excellently doing their work, because we know in CETAs we normally anticipate that people, they do as they wish. Lastly, the issue of consequence management, Honorable Chair, we cannot be rhetoric about it. It's a matter of they should just implement what needs to happen. If people need to be, to go to jail or resign or what, something must happen. We can't always speak about consequence management as if we don't know what needs to be done. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mananiso. Honorable Khumalo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you to the department for the presentation. Thank you to the colleagues who have spoken and given input. I think it will help perhaps just shorten my inputs. Pardon me if I do repeat anything. Chair, I would like to start off with the AG report and progress on the implementation on the findings. So one of the recommendations that the AG makes was that it's quite critical that SETAs ensure that an adequate contract management process is in place to determine accurately how much the SETAs have committed themselves, which would enable the SETAs to plan for future expenditure more accurately. I just want to understand from the presentation, I'm not sure if I missed it, but I didn't get in as far as whether or not that is happening and how they're addressing that recommendation, or have they taken it upon themselves to execute that. With the adverse findings by the AG Chairperson, to what extent has the consequence management been taken on those tasked with ensuring that control measures are in place for some of the findings related to, for example, procurement? So I'm quite curious, because that has happened, and I believe where we are now, we should be able to say this is how we've dealt with certain individuals that have either gone against the systems in place. And I also want to find out, what is the reason for not inviting competitive bidding for goods and services with a transaction value above $500,000? Chairperson, I also, following on that, would like to ask for a detailed report on which services were procured. Is this referring to who these companies are and for what services? So it would be interesting to find out that information, Chairperson, if the department can supply that. I think a lot can be ascertained from such a report, and as far as also, what has happened to whomever has, given these services without any bidding, without those companies or service providers bidding for those. Slide 10 also suggests that the findings on IT are anticipated to be resolved by the year end, and so did the DG elaborate so. Yet none of the bullets or elaboration on that speak to any actions having taken place in Q3 still. So for example, it says the training plan hasn't been developed yet. Is it realistic to say that the finding would be resolved in one quarter? I'm curious to find out if we're being realistic there or over optimistic. Chair, can we also get sight, even if not presented to us in a committee meeting, but we get a document with information on the policy register and the review status of all those policies. So each of the policies and where they are in the review process and which have been finalized. Non-declaration of interest by employees, Chairperson, is quite worrisome and a clear indication of a high probability that there could be issues of the gravy train still in operation or in operation. What are the specific disciplinary actions taken against these employees, and what is the nature of the detected conflicts of interest by the employees? I do note that the presentation did reflect on actions that would be taken to ensure that this doesn't continue. However, I would like to understand in terms of the remedial actions that have been taken, or rather consequence management. I also have a huge interest as to the opinion of the DG or the DDG of the effectiveness of their internal audit function. He did mention that they are trying to leverage on it, but I'm curious to find out how effective the internal auditing structures are. And then just moving on to the Q2 and Q3 performance report, looking at slide 8, I'm quite taken aback. I mean, we talk about significant progress that have taken place, and I can't imagine, Chairperson, that we can accept that, issuing a letter could be considered as a significant step towards ensuring that institutions actually implement guidelines that they're actually meant to do. I also note with disappointment the decline in performance from Q2 to Q3, which from 50 to 19, I think like my previous colleague has elaborated there, I think that is also quite disappointing, and some sort of justification or explanation would be appreciated. I also feel without turnaround times on issues such as filling of vacancies, we say vacancies will be filled, we are likely to not see improvement, Chairperson. Targets are important, and most importantly is consequence management, because of these vacancies, if these vacancies are funded indeed, then there remains no minimal justification for these not being filled, considering the millions of qualified people whom exist to fill these positions and get work done. Also, over and above that, it's worrisome that 12 months after the posts become vacant, these vacancies still are unable to be filled. And yes, we can acknowledge some of the challenges that are noted in as far as, going forward, there'll be automated systems for recruitment, etc. But it doesn't give me comfort that is primarily the reason why these vacancies are not filled. I would like to not necessarily clap, but note with thanks and encouragement the achievements of the achieved targets on skills development in the period shorter than that which was prescribed for the department in the second quarter, although the same doesn't apply in Q3, Chairperson, where I would like to note with disappointment the absence of the skills development strategy that is yet to be approved. I think my colleague has already, Honorable Deboho has already kind of touched on that. I think my concerns are similar to that, so I won't repeat myself in that regard. And thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kumalo. Honorable Mahlati.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to colleagues and all stakeholders on the platform. Chair, I want to believe some of the questions that I wanted to ask are covered by colleagues. However, I must indicate also the disappointment in terms of targets achieved, looking at Q2 and Q3. But with my specific questions is on the 30 days payment. I think I do appreciate the input by DG and the fact that he acknowledges the importance of making sure that we meet this target. But when you look at the challenge in relation to them meeting this target, it says that delays as a result of technical challenges with logins. I just want to find out from DG, was there a conversation with Treasury in relation to this particular issue? And whether is there a possibility that they might have this particular challenge in future, and how do they intend to mitigate this? Because if it's a system issue, it's not necessarily that people did not want to pay. How do they make sure that it doesn't repeat itself? When you look at Program 4, Slalo, and both quarter 2 and quarter 3, seemingly the chunk of inability to meet targets is seated at Program 4. I just want to find out from DG, what are the challenges with specific reference to Program 4, given that it's a huge branch of the department? Are they intending to make sure that, are there challenges in terms of capacity, in terms of warm bodies, or work being done? Or is there a problem in terms of organizational culture in this particular program? Because it deals with TVETs, it deals with certification, backlogs, it deals with accommodation. And this is where the actual work is actually done in as far as this particular sector is concerned. So I want to check, given that there are these challenges and numerous unachieved targets in this particular program, what do they intend to do? My last question there, Slalo, is that looking at the inability of the department to meet these targets as planned, is there an intention to review the APP in the next financial year so that they do not put, they don't put too much on their plate when they are unable to actually implement? Will they be reviewing this particular APP to align itself with the abilities and capabilities and capacity of the institution? Because in real terms, when you develop an APP, you develop it in a way that you are in control of all the targets that you need to achieve. But looking at this picture, it clearly indicates that there is a need to review it in total, that their targets must be achievable and should be in line with what they have in as far as capacity is concerned. My last issue, Slaro, is on the audit outcome or the report on the audit action plan. DG, it will be important that we become scientific in approach. We give clear indication. How far are we? What exactly have we done in as far as people who have been found on the wrong side of the law, who we don't even have to mention names if that is the issue for reporting. But we must get an indication that there's something that is done by the department to make sure that the ball is rolling. No board is going to do as they please. If they give a report that is quite generic in approach, it does not give a sense that the department is doing something in as far as audit action plan is concerned. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mahlatsi. Honorable Makesi.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to everyone. I just want to thank the department for the presentation. I think I have been covered. I think a majority of members have actually raised very important issues that needs to be looked at. But I just want to add on to talk about the issue of TVET colleges. I don't see. I would have liked to really see, more on the issue of accommodation in terms of what we are seeing now at the different universities, because as much as there have been targets and what the DG has alluded to, saying that what happens in NSFAS, it is their responsibility as well, and which means that they are actually liable for, what is happening and the problem of providing of services at both the TVET and the universities. So I didn't see that as something that is put in as a target to ensuring, given the fact that, we've had this issue of accommodation with all the institutions over the years. I think maybe that is something that we need to see as a target to ensure that, that doesn't happen. So as Honorable Mahlatsi has alluded to, maybe reviewing the APP, is it possible that when you are doing that as a department, that you can look at that? Because this is something that we see year after year, and also it's primarily because the invoices that have been submitted by the service providers, they are not honored. They are not honored on time, and then our students, they find themselves without accommodation, like what you have seen recently at the University of Limpopo, whereby the students decided to go and camp outside the university and sleep there. So I just wanna find out, what is it that we are doing, and is it possible that we can be able to add that? Because given the fact that, it's something that is reoccurring and it doesn't seem to be dealt with accordingly. Because we don't want to be seeing, this every time when the schools reopen, when the universities reopen and the TVET colleges reopen, that the same happens. But also, if I don't want to actually put the universities together with TVET colleges, because TVET colleges, they don't even have accommodation. If you go around and you do oversight at various TVET colleges, you find that accommodation is a list of their problems. There are other problems like certification, there are problems regarding their curriculum and all that. But I think, I think it actually speaks to what many, are concerned about, that TVET colleges are not seen as a center of improving our economy and eventually, playing a critical role in skills development. So I think those are things that I think, that needs to be looked at. And otherwise, everybody has really gone into detail on the different slides that, I believe that, they were covered quite well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Makesi. Honorable Mahlatsi, I think that's a new hand. Do you have something to say?
Yes, and apologies, Klalo. It shouldn't be a consistent thing that I do in the committee. But there's one part that I forgot to speak to you about the finances of the report. Chair, when you look at Q2 and Q3, in Q2 we only achieved 50% of our targets. In Q3, I'm not good with those numbers, but it's 3 out of 16. But when you look at the budget, it speaks something else. And I always want to get an clarity or an assistance from the department. We are unable to correlate the money spent with the targets that have been achieved. And that, to me, is a major challenge, because we should be able to say, given that we're able to achieve 50% of our targets, therefore it must move with the resources in an institution. The last part is about, do the department see a possibility of rollovers, given that we are already in the fourth quarter? I know they are not reporting on this particular quarter. Do they see a possibility of shortfalls or possibilities of rollovers? Or is there a possibility that they will be taking money back to Treasury? And looking at where we are now, will they be able to actually cover for the Q3 and Q4, Q3 and Q2 targets that have not been achieved in this particular quarter, which is Q4? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mahlatsi. In fact, I think one of your first questions that you just listed now was something I had also noted with concern, that if, that there are funds that are spent, or rather the correlation of funds spent vis-a-vis the targets met, I think it doesn't make sense. And I think I've been covered by yourself on that one. I think let's firstly appreciate all the comments, questions, recommendations that have been expressed by members. We truly appreciate them. From my side, I just wanted to zoom into programs 1 and 4, where we've achieved 0% of the planned targets. Program 3 achieved 50%, and Program 5 achieved 33% of the planned targets for the third quarter. And some of the reasons for variances include a lack of capacity, delays in reporting and processes, and delays in reporting and processes, and of course, poor planning. And then it says that managers should be sensitized to submit invoices in time for processing. I just wanted to understand from colleagues, what do we mean when we speak to sensitize? And perhaps also state unequivocally that these reasons that have been given are not acceptable. And I think, if there's one thing this committee has been consistent about since the start of the sixth administration, is really imploring on the department to act in terms of consequence management. And I think members are getting to a point where we really are feeling like this is something we reiterate way too much in relation to the department, and perhaps both departments as well. And maybe the department should share with us, maybe DG should share with us. And I mean, DG has been in the department just since, the end of last year. But maybe colleagues should share with us where the challenges are in terms of consequence management. Why are we unable to follow through on consequence management and ensure that there are repercussions for the wrongdoings of colleagues in the sector? And how can Parliament and the committee perhaps be of support to the department in terms of the oversight role they have to play in that regard? And of course, something that has been emphasized by colleagues a lot are, the many variances in performing which are reoccurring. And perhaps colleagues should also share with us what the reasons for the delay of approval of reports is, how this is currently being mitigated. And then I think colleagues have spoken by and large to issues around vacancies. And I think Honorable Mananisa really puts it thoroughly to say, what is the actual crisis? The crisis in terms of capacity to do the work we're tasked to do. Is the crisis related or attributed to the vacancies that we have, or is it attributed to the actual capacity in terms of human resource and the skills we're working with within the human resource, the pool of human resources we have? Is it limited or what? But it's something we need to address. And when when DGC he speaks and he speaks about attempting to really turn the tide at the institution, at the department, he brings us to some confidence, and it's encouraging. And I think, listening to the sentiments he shared in terms of the work of his work since he started at the department together with his team, I think for us really we want to see the aspirations and articulations of the DG come into fruition. And so as a committee, we commit ourselves to continuing with our monitoring and evaluation to ensure that what the DG alludes to will be realized. And then I don't know if, I'm not sure if it was Honorable, no, I think Honorable Mananiso covered it, the continuous request for additional funding for human resource. But at the same time, there are ongoing delays in the recruitment process, especially for TVET and CET colleges, which in turn results in posts being vacant for longer periods. And I think the question there is that have these been highlighted in the department's risk register, and how will these risks be mitigated? So I think I'll leave it at that for now. Most members have covered questions, but we'll just allow for colleagues to make their responses, and we'll provide recommendations moving forward. So I'll hand back to colleagues. I think DG Sishi had indicated that he will now be supporting the minister in the briefing, but he's left us in the capable hands of the DDGs in the departments. I'm not sure which DDG will then lead the delegation at this point.
Good morning, Chairperson. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair and members, for the questions, comments, and inputs. I think, Chair, if you'll allow me, I'll start. And other colleagues will also cover some parts that were asked by members. Honorable Bulitzia, thank you for your questions and comments. On the issue of irregular expenditure, we haven't identified nor incurred irregular expenditure this financial year emanating from the new transaction. We had irregular expenditure that was also reported to Parliament through annual reporting, and that expenditure continues because it relates to legal services and the court case is still ongoing. Although the determination test has been done, which another term that is quite popular is the investigation. It has been done and the report has been submitted to National Treasury for consideration. Normally, the determination test focuses on 4 things to identify what is the root cause that led to the transgression, and also whether there are any employees responsible for the irregular expenditure, if the department has suffered any financial loss or if there are any breakdown of internal controls. So that report is available. It was compiled by our internal audit team, because they are the team that is entrusted to perform this function. And we then send it to Treasury for further consideration. However, because Treasury has not responded to our report, therefore, in terms of the process, we are expected to continue disclosing that transaction as irregular expenditure until further consideration by Treasury. So we are likely to report irregular expenditure this year. And what we've paid against that transaction thus far since April is about 1.4 million. However, it needs to be noted, Honorable, that it emanates from the prior year transaction. In terms of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, we have not incurred any fruitless and wasteful expenditure this year. Even last year, we did not have any. And then last year, we had a couple of transactions of irregular expenditure, and I'm happy to mention that there has been progress as far as the determination test/investigation is concerned. All the cases have been investigated. And I've noted that members wanted to know about the consequence management. I think we'll be happy to provide a separate report to the committee on those various cases, the outcome and the actions that have been taken by the department thus far. And then in terms of the issue of 30 days, Honorable Litzia wanted to know as to how many service providers were affected during the reporting period. It is 11 service providers, Honorable Litzia, and looking at them, it's a mix of suppliers, both large companies and small companies. But we're also happy to provide the details if there is any need for such. And in terms of committing about this payment going forward, the payment of 30 days, I think DG has already alluded to this earlier on, that even though there are reasons cited on the report, we do take note that there is a whole lot more that we can do as management to improve the situation. We don't take comfort by the fact that we have 99% over 100, because the PFMA does not make any provision for variation or deviation. So we are expected to pay all suppliers, big or small companies, within 30 days. But what we've also noticed, and this is something that we've been working on in the prior quarters, and we are optimistic that there will be a positive impact of that going forward, is that we have revised our business processes in terms of the value chain of payment of 30 days. We have actually noted that it's no longer workable, particularly under the lockdown conditions, and we cannot also, hence, Chair, we did not even put the issue of lockdown as a reason on the report, because we take note that it's almost 2 years now since we are under lockdown. We are under new normal, and although we note that as government, we're still challenged by the fact that our accounting system cannot be accessed remotely. So should we have a situation whereby an employee has contracted a virus, you then most of the time we do lose a lot of time, and ultimately does affect us in this. But we have to sit back and accept that the issue of lockdowns and quarantine are a reality, and we need to see how then do we revise our business processes and try and remove some of the red tape, and also trying to shorten some of the time frames. For example, time frame that will be given to managers to sign, I think based on the previous business process was about 5 days, and we're trying to bring that. And I think this also, Chair, it's aligned to your question as to what then do we mean when we say to encourage managers to fast track this process. So we are working on that, and we are really confident that we shouldn't be having these challenges going forward. And also we have got additional capacity in terms of interns, where they are trying to help us to make sure that we capture the documents as soon as they reach our office, so that should it happen that we've got system downtime or employees had to isolate, we don't have a problem. We've got a leeway. We're actually targeting at least to have this done within 2 weeks, so that should something happen, and then we've got another 2 weeks to fall on. So we're looking at that. But also important to note that also, I think, in some instances, we just became our own enemies, like in the issues of credit notes, for example, because the legislation says we need to process valid invoices within 30 days. So where you've got an issue, you've got an invoice, but the supplier has not submitted a credit note, or their banking details are not in order, and they haven't followed the right procedure to amend that on the system. Is it something that we should make sure that we engage the supplier, because in our view, those actually should not even be counted as valid invoices, but it's something that we are working on going forward. And maybe still on 30 days, I think Honorable Naniso asked as to when are we paying those that were not paid within 30 days. I just want to confirm, Honorable Mananiso, that all those invoices from the 8 suppliers have been paid already. And then in terms of I'm hopping around the questions now. In terms of the audit action plan, Honorable Litsie asked a question as to, he said the DG mentioned issues or findings that affected the audit report, but the Honorable was of the view that the details around what is the progress on those did not feature anywhere. So I would like, with your permission, Chair, to direct Honorable to slide 8 to 10. Those 3 slides mainly focus on 5 findings that affected the audit report, meaning those are the findings that made the department not to receive clean audit. And I think they provide information as to, what are they and what are the progress. We can see the issues of non-compliance with procurement, and some have been resolved, some are at the verge of being resolved, and also the issue of performance information. There are various measures that have been put in place. And Chair, I also wish to emphasize that even though the action plan might look like our progress is very low, I think we have adopted a different approach this year, where we make sure that we really focus on the root cause, as opposed to just resolving a finding. because then we can just tick all the boxes and come and present 100% implementation. But then the reality is that if the internal controls are not solid, and if we don't deal with the underlying causes and we just deal with the symptom, we are likely to come back here next year and still talk about the same repeat finding. So we do also take note that that process is taking quite longer, but we are quite comfortable that it will yield positive results, because then we know that our internal controls will be adequate and will be sufficient going forward, and we will be able to avoid most of the repeat findings that we are having. And the input by Honorable Mananiso on the information, specific information regarding the timeframes and other relevant information on the audit action plan, I think that has been noted. We will provide the report to members on that. The report is actually available. And then in terms of moving to the questions that were raised by Honorable Kumalo, Honorable raised the issue of consequence management. I think we can also consolidate DDG's report on consequence management, because there's a lot that has been done that are attributed to some of the findings. For an example, for people who are doing business with the state, yet they are in our payroll. So there is a lot of work that our risk, integrity and ethics unit has done. We can compile a report, but we also take note of the fact that consequence management also goes beyond disciplinary. It also includes, capacity building, just to make sure that officials are aware of the legislative prescripts, they are aware of policies, procedure, because sometimes it gets implied that an official will understand, and most of the time it's not the case. So we are running a lot of road shows, a lot of awareness sessions, just to make sure that officials are also capacitated as part of consequence management, so that they are able to do the right thing. First time. There is a lot of work that we also do with our colleges, particularly our principals, because in this case, they are indirectly accounting officers for specific colleges. And also Honorable Kumalo asked as to what are the services that relate to the findings on not following the competitive bidding for procurement above R500,000. I think it is mentioned also in one of the slides, it could be slide 6. Those were 2 services. It's the legal services, which is the same transaction that has attracted the irregular expenditure that I have indicated earlier on. And then the second transaction is on examination stationery. And the reason, Honorable, for not following competitive bidding on the legal service is that we procure those services on urgent basis. We were served with court papers on a Friday, and we were expected to, Friday afternoon to be specific, and we were expected to appear in court on Tuesday. Therefore, in our view, because the prescripts do make provision for urgent procurement, and we did believe that these fall within that provision, and hence we did not follow competitive bidding. But during our deliberation with the AG, they had a different view. That's why it was a finding. But we are also happy to mention that we have now appointed a head of legal services who will also assist us going forward in handling these urgent legal matters, working closely with the Office of the State Attorney. And then the issue of examination stationery, we for a very long time have been procuring our answer books based on quotation basis and based on our examination cycle at the TVET colleges. Members will be aware that we've got our NATED programs that get written every, the trimester. And we then, from time to time, when then we know how many students will be writing and how many answer books will be needed, we'll then procure on quotation basis. And this has been a practice over quite a number of years. But in the prior year audit, AG engaged us and they said in their view, because then we know that we will need this service, this actually should not be procured on quotation basis, and we should have a long-term tender, having a service provider who will be available to procure that all the time. It was a long debate, but just which we had to engage National Treasury on the technical, technical interpretation of the law. But ultimately, we considered as a department, and I'm pleased to present to the committee that we have gone out on tender, and we are going to be appointing a service provider by the end of this month. All the procurement bid adjudication processes and the DG has already approved the appointment. We are just dealing with the budget issues so that we can issue the appointment letter to the service provider. So we shouldn't be having these issues going forward. But in the current financial year, what we have done, we have sought a deviation from Treasury, which was approved to allow us to continue, because examinations could not stop, to continue on a quotation basis, even if the Auditor General had proposed otherwise, given the fact that we needed to have more time to appoint the service provider through tender. And on the issues of, still on Honorable Khumalo, on the issues of the findings that will be resolved by year end, and I think Honorable also gave an example on the issue of IT regarding the training plan. We have also, as part of strengthening controls, put few layers of quality assurance, so that we don't just take the progress from a relevant manager to say, no, I'm doing well on this, I'm doing well on that. We take, for example, in this case, we will have assessed the work and the progress that IT team will have been done. And until we validate and we also assess the realistic achievement of that in terms of the time frame, then we in that case, we did not make an undertaking of concluding the findings by year end. So I am confident, based on what we have validated, Honorable Khumalo, that those findings where we said we will conclude them by year end, they will indeed be concluded. And we will also share specifics as requested, including the policy register as to where we are. And we still committed, as the DG has mentioned, that, actually the finding of policies not updated and review is something that we should not have going forward. And by end of the financial year, all outdated policies will have been signed. Actually, the DG has worked hard on that. I think more than half of those policies have been approved already. The last one from Honorable Khumalo, I think you asked about the effectiveness of internal audit function. We believe the function is effective, and this is validated also by the report of the audit committee, which was also part of our annual report. And this has been consistent over the years, because also one of the responsibility of the audit committee is to assess the effectiveness, amongst others, of the internal audit. And also the Auditor General, as part of their governance assessment, they also do assess the effectiveness of internal audit, and they have given them a green light. And that has been the case over the years. However, it is important to mention, Honorable, that the internal audit is challenged with capacity. I think we now have, the structure has about 8 officials, and considering that they need to support the department in strengthening internal controls over the budget of about 116 billion, payment of salaries of about 27,000 employees, So although we have appointed a service provider to help them, but with budgetary constraint is also not enough. But it is something that we're also looking at as to how can the unit be properly structured so that it can be able to support us better. As a department, it is embarking on the process of reviewing the organizational structure. So I need to move fast now, Chair, sorry. And Honorable Matlatsi, the issue of 30 days logis, it was actually communicated with SITA, the State Information Technology Agency, because I think this technical problem emanated from their processes. But as I had mentioned before, that we also internally agreed that we are going to, we actually have revised our business processes, and we're going to put the tight timeline so that should we have issues of system downtime, we don't run a risk of paying the invoices late. However, I need to mention that in December, we had an isolated incident, something that we normally do not have. The system was down, Honorable Mahlatsi, from the 8th of December, and it was only fixed in the new calendar year in January. So technically, the system was only up and running for a week. So this also suggests that also with all the best system and controls, it will still have been a challenge to catch up with 30 days during the month of December. However, I need to mention that this is not something that we see quite often. Actually, as far as I recall, my tenure in public service, this was the first time that it happened. I think the question on audit action plan, I have covered it. It will be part of the report as well as consequence management. And then on the issue of the budget, I think the tricky part, Honorable Mahlatsi, I think is the same question that was asked by Honorable Mkanchwa. The tricky part is that according to the accounting standards that the department complies with, which is the modified cash standards, we report an expenditure when it goes out of our bank account. And having to note that our budget, 90% of our budget goes to our entities, public entity, colleges, universities, etc. Then most of our target also, we achieve those targets through these institutions. So it's always expected that there will be that misalignment between the budget and the spending, because, for example, if it's the spending on something that needs to happen at the DHET or maybe universities, when we transfer R1 billion today, it's end of the quarter. Tomorrow, when we come to Parliament, we're going to report that R1 billion as expenditure. Yet that entity will still need, for example, to go on certain processes before the target can be achieved. So sometimes it's not always the case where then you will have R1 to be ticked against a specific target to that. However, it is also still important for the department, which is something that we are doing and also strive to do. I think the DG covered earlier on quite comprehensively to strengthen our oversight. So to say even that which now is out of the department's bank account, is it being used for what is intended for the right good and services and at the right time. And it's something that we are striving for to strengthen our oversight. And in terms of anticipated shortfalls and rollovers, no, we do not anticipate any shortfall by end of this month. In terms of rollovers, we also do not anticipate rollovers. However, we might have, we've done a lot of reprioritization now since January, because we've noticed that in some of the goods and services, there might be slow spending, particularly when you plan under the lockdown conditions. Sometimes it's not easy to preempt the future, but on quarterly basis, ExCo sits and we review our spending. And then when we did that in January, we realized that actually we might have some savings under goods and services, which we have reprioritized. And actually last week, Treasury has approved. We are transferring some of those savings to some of our entities that really are experiencing budgetary constraint. And I think when we report Q2, those reprioritization will reflect that. So we do not really anticipate any material underspending. Of course, under compensation, there will be some underspending because once you fill in the post, you cannot catch up with the prior budget. So we will have some savings under compensation, which we will be surrendered to the National Revenue Fund at the end of the financial year. Chair, if you will allow me, I think I've taken too much time. And Chair, if it's fine with you, I will conclude here, assuming that the questions that the Chair has asked on 30 days and also on the alignment of performance and budget, I have covered them. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Magugule. I don't know if you were able to respond to the question basically on the 1% non-payment of invoices and in terms of the monetary value of it. I'm not sure if it was asked, but I know Honorable Litsi has just asked in the chat, but I don't know if it was asked by other members or not.
Right. Thank you, Chair. I think I responded to it regarding the number and whether it was SMME or not non-SMMEs. I think I missed the part of the monetary value, but I think it's something that, Chair, I can provide. Chair, if it is fine, in the interest of time, I've got the spreadsheet here. I just need to add quickly. Can I put the value in the chat box, Chair?
All right, that's fine. That's okay. Honorable Kumalo is also indicating that some of her questions have not been answered too. Honorable Kumalo, do you want to indicate exactly which question hasn't been answered?
Chair, I think there was an attempt from the colleague to answer the questions. I'm just not necessarily satisfied. I'm not sure if you'll allow time for follow-up, or could I go ahead now, or would you allow for the answering of the rest of the questions?
If it's quick, you can go ahead. If not, I would. Okay, let's go ahead, please, Honorable Kumalo.
Thanks, Chair. I think I'll be very quick. So on the issue of consequence management, I asked specifically what actions have been taken. I had in my question acknowledged that there are instances where information needs, employees need to be educated. I just want to understand and clarify that is the explanation that all those who didn't declare conflict was the reason was that they didn't know, just to confirm. If not, what has happened to those who did know and did business with the state. Also on the internal audit, Chair, I do note that they will consider the internal audit function effective. I just quickly want to find out, maybe this one would be a follow-up, which would actually answer my initial question as to, if they hired or appointed a service provider to assist the internal audit function, what is the turnaround times, vis-a-vis the difference in turnaround time of appointing a service provider and actually filling the vacancies? Thanks, Chair.
Okay. Can I just check if there are any other members who have not been covered?
Chair, I think let them respond to us in writing.
Okay.
On the questions. I'm worried about time because we still have DSI.
Sure. Thank you, Honorable Litsi. No, I wanted to make sure, because those questions that members had felt that they had not been answered, I was going to request that they be answered in writing. So that's why I was asking. So what I'd like to then recommend to colleagues from DHET is that there seems to be some questions that you perhaps have not been able to sufficiently respond to due to our time constraints. And I thus request that colleagues please respond to them in writing. On the one on consequence management, I think what I had heard Ms. Magugule refer to is that they would submit a list of actions taken in relation to consequence management to the committee. So that's my understanding on that one. And then on the follow-up question that Dr. Khumalo had, I'd request that we please respond to it in writing. Colleagues, I'd like to then conclude our briefing with DHET by saying that the committee really finds the dismal performance of the department unacceptable, especially in the third quarter. And what we would then request is that the department send a report to the committee on progress made in the achievement of the reported targets outside the reporting period, so the committee can see how the department is doing to ensure that by the end of the financial year, these targets are met. We want to unequivocally state that the non-payment of invoices, even if it's just a mere 1%, or even if it was one invoice, is completely frowned upon and is unacceptable, because this is a potential, of course, as members have alluded to, of destroying businesses, especially SMMEs. Honorable Itzia referred to it, I think even Honorable Mahlatsi and perhaps other colleagues as well. And we really implore that all the challenges, the technical glitches that have been reported by DG to be attributing to these challenges, that they be immediately addressed. The DG also noted that colleagues have secured additional funding for the for NASFAS for the MTEF period, which will bring stability to the sector. And what we would then implore is that the department make sure that bursary guidelines are developed, consulted on, and published as planned and on time. I think this was spoken to by and large, at large on our meeting on Wednesday. And so we'd like to see that unfold. The department should also ensure that there's a proper planning during the development of APPs to ensure there's capacity both financially and in terms of human resource to implement the activities towards achieving these targets. We cannot see the current, well, it's not even a current, it's a legacy trend, to be honest, and it continues to manifest in the current years, and it's something we cannot tolerate. I think the same vigor the committee has had in relation to the start of the academic year, where we have perhaps been a bit anal in calling upon the department and entities and various stakeholders to put us to confidence or into confidence in relation to the state or preparedness for each academic year, to reflect on previous academic years, is to remedy the type of challenges we've seen. So I think we need to be, and I use this word very cautiously, we need to be as anal when it comes to ensuring that we're able to meet our targets and we do not continue to see the recurring challenges manifest. The funded vacant posts should be filled within the prescribed timeframes to address the non-performance. The department, working with universities, should develop mechanisms to address the challenge of delayed transfer of infrastructure efficiency grants due to delayed reports by institutions. We further want to recommend that the department conduct an analysis of the feasibility of quarterly reporting by institutions on the utilization of infrastructure efficiency grants, whether the reporting should be annually or biannually, or the department must ponder on that so that we ensure there's no delayed transfer in that regard. In terms of consequence management, I think we've spoken by and large on that. And we just want to implore the DG to be to be extremely and unapologetically vigorous in terms of dealing with that matter. And then we also want to implore on the department to ensure that all the outstanding action plans be finalized before the end of the financial year, and that the department ensure that the audit findings 2020-2021 do not reoccur in the 2021-2022 annual report. So, colleagues, I think those are perhaps the key recommendations that we'd like to bring forth as the committee as we conclude our briefing with the department. I heard the DG also speak to a TVET summit. I don't know when that is scheduled to sit or if it has sat already, but we'd like to receive information with regards to that. And then I think we'll leave it at that. And of course, I completely agree with the DG in his presentation when he said that we must see improvement not only at head office, but in the entire conglomerate of the department, going down into regional offices, going down into TVET colleges, into the institutions. We really need to see a holistic bettering of the sector at large, and the department must be the leader of that particular progress so that entities and institutions can follow suit. So, colleagues, I think I'll leave the engagements with DHET at that, and thank colleagues very much for joining us. Again, any outstanding matters, I mean, we already know that Honorable DG, your mic again, we already know that Honorable Khumalo's questions have not been thoroughly responded to, and I'm assuming other members, and I mean, Ms. Makugule has already indicated that there's outstanding information that she'd like to share with us, where she unpack certain plans of the department, lists and details that indicate some of the work you've done. If you could kindly send that to us within the next 7 days, we'd truly appreciate that. DG, I don't know if you're back for concluding remarks from yourself, but I hope that we're fine and we can then move on to DSI. Because I saw the DG's
Thank you very much, Chair. I think without any further elaboration into the matters, I believe that your conclusion provide a very clear message from the portfolio committee to ourselves, and we appreciate this support that we are getting and the clarity of purpose. And there is very clear set of commitments that we are making, and there's clear directives that we are also getting from the oversight. And we wish to also further just commit, Chair, to ensuring that the TVET program improve its performance, and that next week, the 8th and the 9th of March, all roads go to the CET summit, of which at which we will announce the date in May for the TVET summit, so that the broader program for for expansion of the PSET sector, as it is directed in the white paper, is not just on paper, but we see it in practice. Thank you very much, Chair. We submit.
Thank you very much, DG, for that. All right, colleagues. Colleagues from DHET, you can excuse yourselves if you want. If you would like to remain in the committee, you may do so, but we'll now be handing over to colleagues from DSI. DG Mjocha.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair. I am aware that both the Minister and the Deputy Minister could not join, if I'm correct, so I can go straight to the presentation, Chair.
That's correct, DG.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'll try and share, and then with your permission, switch my video on so we can have more bandwidth if the Chair agrees.
I think you may switch it off. You may switch it off, DG.
Yeah.
It said switch it on.
Oh, sorry.
No problem. You may switch your camera off, DG.
Okay, Chair, I'm sure you can see the presentation. So this is the outline of what we want to share with the committee today. Alignment of our work to national priorities and the highlights for the quarter. We'll spend a bit more time just to give you, Chair and the honorable members, a flavor of some of the work that we've been doing. And then we'll go into the performance information overview for both Q2 and Q3 and performance information per program. We will highlight the targets that have not been achieved and the reasons thereof, financial report, and then we'll also cover the work on the implementation of the audit plan. So this is just to again remind all of us what the report of the department is aligned to in terms of our priorities: a transformed, inclusive, responsive, coordinated, and an efficient national system of innovation. We have said before, this is the engine and the base of the system that we need in order to do all the things we want to do. We need human capabilities and skills for the economy and for the development as part of our work. We have to then generate knowledge and innovation, make sure that innovation translates into useful products and services that the country needs. We also target areas of utilization of knowledge to achieve inclusive development. And then we target knowledge for economic development and support the state using innovation. So the highlights then, I will spend a bit more time on outcome 1, which is the one that looks at transformed, inclusive, and responsive, coherent NSI. We have a draft National Open Science Policy, which was approved by the Advisory Board for Stakeholder Consultation. This is a very, very important policy because it aims to democratize access to knowledge by fostering open science practices in South Africa, which is extremely useful for teaching and training. It's useful for accessing that knowledge to strengthen economy, public policy, citizen and society as a whole. So we're very happy about the progress that we are making in this area of open science. We also have hosted the South African Women in Science Awards webinars, 4 months between August and November, with a total of just over 1,000 registrations and 548 unique viewers. And the topics that the awards winners were discussing: women and the changing nature of work, women and their role in debunking myths about COVID-19 vaccines, technopreneurs, the gender perspective, and advancing diversity through the inclusion of women in the STEM field. So we're very, very happy about this as one of the responsibilities that the winners of SAWISA have to do. So if we look at Q2, human capital and skills for the economy and for development capabilities, if we look at the honors, BTech and masters, 8610 beneficiaries, and we give the breakdown in terms of Black women and people with disabilities. And also we've included the number of South Africans that are recipients of these bursaries as per the request of the committee. Just under 3,000 doctoral students, over 2,400 are South Africans, and then the interns, 619, and 502 of those are South Africans. We also show the number of people that we are training and upskilling in intellectual property management and tech transfer, and the number of South African students that are participating in international training programs. These are the numbers for Q3, 5,000 for BTech Masters, 2,474, a total of 7,830, and 7,200 of those are South Africans. And we also show the number of interns that we have in the system. And then we are also trying to have a robust and evidence-based transformation agenda for the next 10 years and identify reforms and actions to be implemented over this 2025 cycle by the DSI and its entities to enhance transformation. This is an area we know we haven't done very, very well. And we indicated to the committee that we have a 5 or 6 point framework that we are developing on elements of transformation that as a system would like to pay attention on going forward. On outcome 3, which is increased knowledge generation and innovation input, we just want to indicate to the committee that we funded a wastewater surveillance and research program. And what this program does is it monitors the non-infectious SARS-CoV-2 RNA and the fragments of the virus that causes COVID-19. And it's a very, very useful early marker in terms of looking at wastewater on a weekly basis and look at this RNA signal to see whether you are likely to have an increase or a decrease in the number of COVID-19 cases. So as we indicate, it can be used as an early indicator of COVID-19 case trends within a community. So this is something that we are contributing to the NAT Jones and then the National Corona Command Council. The minister felt that we need to integrate humanities and social sciences into the COVID-19 response a lot more than we have done before. And then in December, there was a ministerial plenary which was convened that looked at identifying knowledge gaps and evidence that is needed that can be addressed through interdisciplinary research. Reviewed the social science expertise gained through local, regional, and national approaches, strategies and initiatives for inclusivity, people and community centered responses to the COVID-19 pandemic, inspired new perspective to tackle the challenges of the pandemic through citizen engagement and participation, and underscored the critical importance of knowledge integration and synthesis. One of the outcomes, for instance, of this work was the HSRC National Institute for Humanities, and I suspect the network of institutions looking at vaccine mandates. And I think they have preliminary work led by HSRC UJ in particular as part of this initiative of looking at social science and humanities in response to COVID-19. A highlight on knowledge utilization for economic development. We're very excited about this program. The committee will be briefed in much more detail, I think, in 2 weeks' time. But we just want to give the highlights here on the Hydrogen South Africa program, where we have completed a feasibility study on the Hydrogen Valley in partnership with a number of private sector companies, Anglo-American, Bambili Energy Group, and Engie, which is a company locally based. And the study was exploring opportunities that would transform the Bushveld complex and the larger regions around Johannesburg, Mogalakwena and Polokwane and Durban into a hydrogen valley. The focus would be the conversion of diesel heavy-duty trucks to be powered by fuel cells that are locally manufactured while supporting the upscaling of hydrogen consumption in the transportation sector. So this is an initiative that will be rolling out as part of the Hydrogen Society roadmap that was launched by the minister in 2 weeks' time. We identified 9 promising projects across the mobility, industrial, and building sectors that could be used as a springboard for the establishment of the South African Hydrogen Valley Corridor, which could contribute up to $100 million to the platinum industry in South Africa by 2030. It projected that the hydrogen demand along the corridor could reach up to 185,000 tons by 2030, and therefore we're looking at drawing on the 3 COCs that are producing hydrogen, whether they will be ready to meet this demand. In terms of the improvement of the socioeconomic conditions of South Africans, the implementation of this Hydrogen Valley Corridor could potentially contribute 3.9 to 8.8 billion to GDP, both direct and indirect, by 2050, and create approximately 15 to 30,000 plus direct and indirect jobs per year by 2030. So it's an extremely exciting initiative, and we look forward to implementing it in the next couple of months. A DSI, a tier-funded project managed by the Medical Research Council, has been approved by SAPRA. This is a locally developed COVID-19 rapid antigen test. It has had its first success and SAPRA approved. It's a Cape Town-based medical diagnostic company, and we are very, very happy about this. And now you would appreciate the importance of this, in the sense that if the new normal is that from time to time, we will have to test people for COVID-19. Therefore, this rapid antigen test at a cost of 50, reducing the expenses, will hopefully allow all of us to come to work, and then you'll be able to test people whether they have COVID, and they could then be either allowed at work or be requested to go and do a proper test and maybe stay at home for quite some time. This follows the successful SAPRA approval of this COVID-19 PCR test kits that were developed by Cape Bio in collaboration with the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research. We are also happy under this outcome as well that the artificial intelligence biomanufacturing platform by Cape Bio, one of the startups supported by ourselves, was completed. And this seeks to enhance the country's capabilities in bioprospecting of indigenous microbial resources for new commercial opportunities. And then we are also happy and very excited that the KwaZulu-Natal Aerospace Systems Research Group have designed and successfully tested a powerful liquid propellant rocket engine as the first step towards developing a launch vehicle for placing satellites in Earth orbit system. I think they were able to reach about 12 or 13 kilometers up through this rocket. On the work that we're doing to support grassroots innovation and technology acquisition and development fund, which is a strategy designed to increase the uptake and commercialization of locally developed technologies, we are happy to report that the program has facilitated access to multi-tiered support packages to 111 beneficiaries. We give the breakdown of these beneficiaries. We are not happy that we haven't reached out on the disabled, but we're working on this. This support for commercialization benefited unemployed graduates that are emerging as entrepreneurs. It received a massive boost through partnerships forged with other government departments and private sector agencies in the area of tourism and the insurance sector. So it's not only just providing these with knowledge, know-how from publicly financed institutions, but also to make sure that other government departments, private sector also support this work. We also like to report that in December, the Deputy Minister visited the Vembe District Municipality in Limpopo, and we just want to highlight two initiatives that he launched. One is he launched a media lab at Mogoidwa Secondary School. The project comprises a containerized media laboratory with 30 computers powered by a solar photovoltaic with an inverter developed by this company called MLT. MLT Inverters was funded by the Department of Science and Innovation in the past to develop a control system for its inverter. In other words, an inverter is where you convert a DC current into AC current, because PVs will generate DC current. He also went to the Masia Multipurpose Center in the village, and this has provided an opportunity for deployment of a renewable and sustainable energy technology. We've already given the update on the Grassroots Innovation Program. So maybe I can just highlight if the committee again would like the detail. Here we just showed the age breakdown, the race breakdown, and the gender breakdown. And then on the next slide, we look at the youth innovation support programs and incentives and the provincial breakdown. Other DST initiatives that are designed to support young entrepreneurs in skills and create businesses include the M Lab. Imvelisi Entrepreneur Program, ICT-enabled agriculture, Science and Technology Youth Journalist Program, Youth Technology Innovation Program, Water Technologies Demonstration Program, Photonics Prototype Facility and Technology Stations Program. And again, this just indicate per each of the program where these are geographically located in the country. On our attempt to have an innovation that supports a capable state, we are very, very happy that we supported the demonstration of 3D printing of houses through the use of additive materials technology. This initiative aligns to the country's effort to transition sustainable human settlements to smart, green, and sustainable settlements in the context of the fourth industrial revolution and climate change. It was also boosted by the launch of the Science, Technology, and Innovation for Sustainable Human Settlements Roadmap. And this is a roadmap that established a multi-stakeholder innovation compact for the sector for the next 10 years in support of the DHET plan. And it resulted in the coordination of various actors between civil society, government, academia, and industry in support of innovation in the sector. We are grateful that with the KwaZulu-Natal Department of Human Settlements, 25 housing units have been earmarked for the demonstration through this 3D printing technology. So again, we leave to our tagline, making sure that things are possible. Maybe a small scale, but nevertheless, this is the new future of how houses will be built. The committee would be aware that in two weeks ago, we had a visit by Tedros Ghebreyesus, the DG of the World Health Organization, and the minister from Belgium to support our effort to continue in the vaccine manufacturing, especially in the mRNA platform. So this is now an initiative that is well developed, and we would make an offer to the chair and the committee members to visit Afrigen, as well as BioVac, to see the latest developments to get us ready towards making sure that in the next 18 months to 24 months, we'll be able to have our locally produced mRNA vaccine. We visited Afrigen, and we saw the R&D program already that is using patents that are in the public domain to start reverse engineer the manufacture of the vaccine. On the Eureka program, this is a network that is meant to support small, medium enterprises. We are very, very happy that our colleagues in the ICR program have tried to attract more African countries to join the network that is in contact with the ECDTP program. This working group will place the South African NSI closer to working with other African countries with an on an international basis with the rest of the world, thus growing our innovation capabilities. They have also spearheaded the discussions between our space agency, SANZA, and the China Satellite Navigation Office to discuss a joint collaboration focusing on navigation satellite systems to build infrastructure for high precision spatial and temporal information services. As you know, this is not only the navigation for our cars and the navigation for planes, but also the wearable devices that we put on our systems are depending on this. They've also facilitated exchanges to introduce the BeiDou navigation satellite services system, followed by a webinar to share achievements of the Global Navigation Satellite System, GNSS, which is expected to better serve the economic and social development in South Africa and other African countries. And then we participated in the launch of the Kenya Innovation Week conference held in December. With the UNDP, we are excited to have signed an MOU in November to provide a framework for non-exclusive cooperation and facilitate and strengthen collaboration between the two entities, because they have a huge wealth of experience on how you can use knowledge for demonstrating changing in people's lives. So The focus will be on cross-cutting issues of gender and youth and collaborating on policy development, for instance, within the Presidential Youth Employment Stimulus, amongst others, supporting our science and innovation diplomacy framework with other African countries, drawing on the networks and stakeholder relationship of the UNDP country offices in order to drive development using knowledge. And then as part of the France-South Africa Innovation Partnership in Agriculture, FSAGRI it is called, the AgTech Innovation Challenge took place in collaboration between the DSI, the French Embassy, the World Bank, and the UNDP. 5 winners received awards for their outstanding innovation in the agricultural space, whilst 3 innovators received awards in the applied agricultural research space. So again, it's just part of encouraging innovation within agriculture. A student from the University of Limpopo, we're very proud, supported by this France-South Africa Innovation Partnership in Agriculture program, studying for her Master's of Science Agro-Food Chain in France, in Toulouse, received the INP 2020 International Award, and we're very proud of her. And then the DSI successfully hosted the Science Forum in December, and then they also coordinated a 2021 joint call on biodiversity climate area. And what we are proud of here is that we have involved the HDI in all the proposals as part of our participation in this call within the EU. On the SKA, I suspect, Chair, I'm probably outdated with the information here, you having visited this, but we are very happy that an agreement has been signed with governments of South Africa and Australia to host the telescope and associated infrastructure. So all along we've been discussing when the SKA 133 dishes are actually put on the site that you visited, is there an agreement, and what should the agreement look like? So this has now been signed, and it paves the way for the start of the construction of the 130 odd dishes for the SKA. The DSI signed a memorandum of agreement with Water Energy for Food Grain Challenge partners to be part of the Southern and Central Regional Innovation Hub. And this partnership positions DSI well to participate in innovation in the water energy food nexus in South Africa and the region. And since the signing, the first call for innovation and regional innovation hub has been launched. And again, I am assuming that after the brief to the portfolio committee on the work we're doing internationally, these might be obsolete. So now let's look at the performance information overview. The figure that we will show you now shows the performance of the department between July and December, and we will show both the performance against Q2 31 targets and Q3 32 targets. The department achieved 81%, which is 25 of 31 for Q2, and 69% or 22 of 32 of the planned out targets. And 19% and 31% respectively were not achieved, and as we will indicate later on, the reasons for why those were not achieved. So this is a pie chart that shows for Q2, 81% achieved in blue, and the 19% not achieved, and 69% for Q3, as we've indicated, achieved, and 31% for Q3. And here we just try and indicate per program the achieved targets in relation to what was set. In blue is what was achieved, the green is the target, the red is not achieved, and then the percentage performance per each of the program. And then again, quarterly analysis for the financial year, again indicating for overall performance of the DSI between Q1 and Q3, so this would be accumulated. So if we now take each program, program 1, which is administration, These are some of the achieved targets, and with your permission, Chair, and in the interest of time, we assume that you have received this, so we'll go through this in very quick, unless there's something that you'd like us to focus attention on. But we again indicate the Q3 target and what has been achieved, and the annual target. On Program 3, again, a number of initiatives that have been achieved. Program 4, we've already given you the breakdown of the student breakdown, postgraduate students, and the number of students placed in funded students, DSI funded programs. And then on the researchers, 2,897 of the 2,000 targets, fairly close to 3,000 is the target. And then on the SKA, again, we have made significant progress. On the launch of the National Recordal System, the target was testing the registration and access applications in a controlled environment, and we are happy that the National Recordal System applications have been successfully tested internally by the team that we're working with at the CSIR for access and registration on 8, 17, and 19 November. And a further testing for access and registration was conducted in a controlled environment on 2-3 December 2021. The report has been approved by the Chief Director. And then on bilateral engagements, again, we are making progress. Last program, innovation program, knowledge products, annual work plan approved for 6 decision support system, learning intervention, and statistical reports all achieved. So where did we not achieve the targets? This again just shows that between Q1 and Q2 and Q3, the unachieved targets. And then as we've indicated before, we break this down into 3 broad categories. It's either there's a process delays, which refers to factors which are outside the control of the DSI, and therefore the achievement is mainly dependent on outside circumstances. Of course, we try and minimize these. Sometimes with the implementers, we don't achieve what we want. We work fairly closely with the implementers to plan and make sure that the reporting period is fully understood with them. And then, of course, there are challenges sometimes with the formulation of targets, which we continuously review and update as we go along. So on the alignment of strategic plans and APPs of the DSI and its entities, there was a delay because the inaugural Interministerial Committee on Science and Innovation only took place on the 24th of November. However, as the content of the decadal plan had already been approved, it was possible to begin to engage with our entities to make sure that there is an alignment of the strategic plan and the APPs. And in fact, now we know that because we were using this as a basis for recommending that the minister signs off on these plans. On the CubeSats, the committee would know that this, at the time of the report, this was delayed, but subsequently you probably heard that in January, there were 3 of these CubeSats that were launched in the United States of America as part of building our capabilities, both in the manufacturing of satellites, but also of using this information for supporting the management of resources on our seas. On international resources leveraging, the target was 13 of these, but of course the limited opportunities were available during the quarter, but over the achievement in the previous 2 quarters places the program well on track in achieving the annual target. And maybe Dan can talk later about this as to whether this is still the case. On the South African students participating in international training programs due to reporting from international partners, mostly becoming available in the 4th quarter. This we have accepted with our international partners. 4 capacity building initiatives for international cooperation. Limited global movement are affecting efforts in supporting historically disadvantaged institutions to insufficient IT infrastructure to support such institutions and individuals. we hope that as we get into the new normal, this should be okay. And then on the number of students, pipeline students of 5,300 broken down as indicated, awarded on the annual bursary as reflected in the reports from the NRF and other relevant entities. And this breaks it down. The Q3 target was underachieved by 4.4%. It's very hard to really get to the absolute number for each quarter. So we cannot predict this with accuracy, but again, Program 4 colleagues could comment. We think we would be able to do this. So this was a postponement in terms of this Maths Olympiad to January 2022. So this would have been approved. On the 3 knowledge innovation products, late submission of information by entities, and we had not verified the information at the time. And as the committee knows, we only report on what has been verified by our internal audit and signed off as something that we can take forward. On the pre-approval decisions provided within 90 days, 53% of applications between 1 July and 30th September, the target has still not been achieved. It's a lack of automation and staff shortages have an effect on the monitoring and processing of application on the one hand, but we've also decided to look at this indicator because sometimes it's not met, yes, because of ongoing staff challenges, which has now been addressed by and large, and Patel can comment on this. But we've also decided to make sure that when we do report, in instances where we have to go back and ask for additional information before we can provide the pre-approval, we would like to consider this as not part of the report because sometimes we don't meet the 90 days because there is a delay as a result of asking for additional information. On our engagement with our entities on the technical executive bilateral, that's what TEB stands for. Engagement held with the HSRC, taking the total for the year to date to 7. Register not loaded on the alfresco. So again, it's just a target formulation deficiency. So may I then hand over to Mr. Shaku to report on the finances and acting CFO, I'm more than happy to run the slide from my side if you just tell me which slide to move to. Thank you.
Thanks, DG. I would really like that. Firstly, I would like to say good day to members of the committee, the chair, DSI colleagues, DG, and if the DHET colleagues are still here, good day to you as well. I will be sharing with you the financial performance of the department and rate how we have performed. As DG had depicted, our budget, the adjusted budget is 9,500,638,000. Across the economic classification, the amount of money that was appropriated under compensation, we were given 363 million. And under goods and services, we received 205,965,000. Under transfers and subsidies, we received 8,430,994,000. And under payment for capital asset, we received only 5 million. The next slide, please, TG. May I please just close my camera so that we don't have challenges with the bandwidth?
Yes, you may.
Our intention, we plan to spend 8.2 billion at the end of the quarter. We only spent 6.7 billion, which translates to 74% of the adjusted budget. It translates to 1.4 billion of the amount of money that we were supposed to spend that we couldn't spend, which is 18.1% of the budget. During the period, we concluded the prioritization process where we moved 168 million across programs and major items. This is going to improve our spending, to ensure that we are not lagging behind
I must say that the chair, currently as we speak, we are sitting at the 90s in terms of spending. So we are confident that by the end of the financial year, our budget would have been spent significantly. We are confident that we will reach our 99% that we normally strives to achieve. And next slide, please, DG. Our overall performance, as I've indicated, is depicted in the bar graph. As I've indicated, then it is for members to ease of reference. Next slide, please, DG. In terms of classification, under compensation, we only plan to spend 268 million. We spent 247 million. We have a variance of 20 million there, which is 7.7%. Under goods and services, our plan was spent 172,777,000. We only spent 93,192,000. And then we couldn't spend 79,685,000, which is 46.1%. This is the biggest area of our concern, Chair. We are trying very hard to ensure that by the end of the financial year, this area, there is a movement in terms of spending. A part of this funding, we also used it to support other priority areas that did not have significant funding during the course of the year. So we have moved part of this funding to ensure that those areas do not suffer, like the SKA and others. So although we are not spending in this area there, we will ensure that the funding is used for other causes that are important to the department. Under transfers and subsidies, our plan was to spend 7,770,000,000. We only spent 6,380,000,000. We have a variance of 1,389,000,000, and we have a 17.9% variance. Under payment for capital assets, our plan was spent 2,700,000. We only spent, we spent significant amount of money under this item. We have also moved money from other items that are lagging behind in terms of spending to augment this. We wanted to procure a vehicle, minister's vehicle. Deputy minister's vehicle was out of date. We had to get money to procure that, and also we had to procure other furniture for some of our officials. The next slide, please, DG. The reasons for variances under the various classes. Now, this one, we have reported about it in the prior periods that we have delays in filling of positions. But I'm happy to report that most of our vacancies have been advertised. So far, 95% of the positions that are prioritized have been advertised. So we are anticipating a significant improvement, in terms of this classification as we move along. Under goods and services, due to the challenge of not traveling and other areas that were affected by COVID, we are not spending as we should in this area, as I've indicated in the previous slide. So 30 million of this funding has been moved, as I've indicated, to other areas that require funding. Under transfers, the challenges here is mostly in, SDGs, says we do have process delay, administrative delays. Our entities, our implementing agents are slow in terms of spending. As a result, they are affecting our spending. In the last meeting, we did indicate that we have adopted a rather strict approach. Entities or implementing agencies that are not spending, if there are significant balances in their cash and cash equivalents or in their balance sheet, that balance we take it. In other words, we do not transfer the next tranche. We use that money to other areas that require funding. Hence, our area, some of our areas are not spending. It's because of these measures that we have introduced. So we did indicate to them that this is going to be what we'll be doing going forward. If they are not spending, we won't always be transferring money in areas that we don't see spending. The funds will be used to other areas that require funding, as I've indicated. Next slide, please, TG. In terms of programs, program 1, the intention was to spend 254,867,000. We only spent 203,891,000. We couldn't spend 50 million there, which is 20% variance. In program 2, we plan to spend 1,730,000,000. We only spent 1,203,000,000. Then we have a variance of 226 million. Sorry, and then which is 30% variance. Program 3, our plan was to spend 103 million. we only spent 72.9 million, and we have a variance of 40,874,000, which is 35.9%. Under program 4, which is the biggest, program, our plan was to spend 4,642 million. We only spent 3,818 million, and we couldn't spend 823 million in that program, which is a 17.7% variance. Program 5, our plan was to spend 1,472. We could only spend 428 million, which 444 million couldn't spend, which is a 3% variance. This is the program that has been performing very well in terms of spending throughout the period. Next slide, please, DG. We have also shared our spending in terms of procurement, which is the slide that we always share with the committee. For the period, we spent 22 million. For the 22 million, 10 million was spent under SMEs, 17 million it was for black-owned companies, 6.5 million was for women-owned companies, 1.7 million was for youth-owned companies, and it translates for small medium enterprises into 44.4% spend, and black-owned companies 78.5%, women 28.8%, and youth 7.6%. We are, intending to ensure that there is a significant, increase in terms of spending under women categories and youth. When we're preparing our procurement plan for the next financial year, we advised our programs, those that will be looking for services from us, to ensure that some of this funding is set aside for these categories. So we are confident that going forward, there will be significant improvements in terms of procurement from these categories of service providers. Next slide, please, DG. With regard to spending on COVID, we did not have much spending on COVID in the last quarter, where our spending was mainly around procurement of sanitizers. We only, I think if I recall, only had one request, and then it was obtained from, not necessarily from SME. That is the only procurement that we had. Hence, we don't have any spending in those areas. Next slide, please, DG. We are also sharing an average payment of invoices. I just want to apologize. The heading there and also the years they were incorrect. It must be 2021 and 21-22. In terms of average spend for 2020, it was 10. There was an improvement in 21-22, which is 9. Next slide, please, DG. For the past, there is also an error here. I just want to apologize for that. For the past financial year, we have indicated that COVID had challenges on our processing of invoices because of the closure of the building. We did indicate that. We have still put that comment because it's the only area that we couldn't spend. We couldn't process all the invoices. But for the current year, we did very well. Just to echo what CFO said, the CFO of DHET said, what do we do? We pay invoices that are valid. Valid invoices, it means the work was done, the program that was, that requested the service is happy, and everything that we require in terms of compliance, we've got, they provided the tax matters and everything is fine. So we try to ensure that our service providers, they do comply with the spirit of the law as much as we have to comply with it as well. So we are trying by all means to make sure that we do not drop the ball as far as that area of our work is concerned. Next slide, please, DG. We are also sharing with the members of the committee our progress in terms of implementing the audit findings. For the past financial year, we only had 4 findings in the department that relate to performance, 1 performance, 2 for IT, and there's 1 that they raised with regard to compliance to the BBBEE submission requirements. I must say we did very well. We did not have any finding in supply chain. We didn't have any finding in finance, and we didn't have any finding in HR. So I must say we did very well in this area in the past financial year. And all the areas that we have raised, all the issues that were raised, if you look at the finding number 1, where there was an overstatement, it was corrected. And then the officials who are responsible for that, they were informed to ensure that going forward, there are no challenges. And next slide, please, DG. As I've indicated, with regard to the BEE,
prior to COVID, we were submitting our annual report, but they said to us we also need to submit the PEE assessment report. So for the last financial year, they raised the funding as one of the value adds. We have procured the service provider. Currently, they are doing an assessment in the DP department in terms of how is our PEE compliance. The indication is that we'll get the report in the next quarter, which means when we publish our annual report for 2022, we would have included that in our submission as well. So going forward, we'll ensure that we report on this area as required. With regard to PIMS, there was a concern with regard to the upgrade on the patches. That was done, and then all the testing on this area were conducted. Next slide, please, DG.
Hello.
Next slide, please. Okay, also on this area, the auditors raised a concern with regard to continuity plan. Our continuity plan, it was developed, and they will include the disaster recovery strategy. They were completed. They are currently in the approval stage. They were presented to OPCO and IT steering committee. They will be presented to EXCO in the next EXCO meeting. And after they've been presented to those structures, they will be submitted to DG for that is the last slide, DG. Thank you.
No, I don't know anything about it. Can you call me at 1:30, please?
DG, please mute. DG, you are not muted. Thanks. Thanks, Chair. That will be the end of our presentation.
Thank you very much, colleagues. I don't know if DG would like to come in before I hand over to members to engage.
No, thanks very much. This is it.
All right, thank you very much, DG. I would like to then hand over to members for any questions, remarks, or recommendations. Honorable Mananiso. Okay, I'll take Honorable Makesi, Honorable Kumalo. Okay, Honorable Mananiso, you may continue.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. Let me start by actually welcoming the presentation, and I'm happy about the improvement in terms of the demographics on issues of beneficiaries and as well on upliftment programs that they have actually presented on. Chair, one must just indicate as well that there's improvement in terms of science and communication. One of the things that I've been following through is how the DSI is trying to communicate to all communities across the country, and more especially those who are designated as HDI. I'm happy about what I've been experiencing in terms of your Motsweding FM adverts, 20 TV adverts, and as well, the last one that I've just seen, it's SABC2. So I think we need to applaud the department. They are doing so well in terms of ensuring that they do communicate science development. Chair, my question is with regards to the targets not achieved. And I just want to say to the department, perhaps they need to send us a plan of action in terms of specific timeframes on when are they going to mitigate that they achieve those particular plans. And noting that in some of their presentation, they've alluded on issues of COVID-19 as one of the impediments to their achievement. One would want to check if the exception of factors related to COVID-19, who are the repeat offenders in relation to other key factors that have affected spending. And the other one is with regards to how have the issues been mitigated. And I want to check lastly, Chair, with regards to the performance target. What were the key challenges in regards to them meeting targets and spending allocated funds? Which performance target were not achieved and why? And as well, lastly, they need to submit to us the specific plan of action in terms of the audit outcomes with regards to the findings, giving us as well specific timeframes. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Manani. So, Honorable Makesi.
Thank you, Chair, and I would like to thank the department for their presentation. I'm going to start with slide 6, the outcomes on human capabilities and skills for the economy and for development. What I've noticed is that I think the DG was explaining that you have South Africans who are 8,309. I just want to find out, I assume that the other students are international students, but out of interest, I just would like to find out from which countries are they mostly from? Are they from around Africa, or are they European students? So just out of interest, I would like to know that. I also noticed that there is, of course, there's a drop of number of students in quarter 3. I know that it has been highlighted, but I just want to find out what the reason for that, because as you can see that in quarter 2, the Bachelor Tech and Honors and Master students were about 8,610. And in quarter 3, that number went down to 5,356, and that also went for the doctoral students. That also, we are seeing a reduction on that. I just want to find out what are the reasons, because I didn't get the reasons. I know that the DG spoke about the 6-point framework that he's using to ensure that he will address these issues, but I didn't hear him, elaborating on that further. Okay, I'm going to move from slide to slide, if you don't mind, Chair. I've seen the issue of hydrogen. It has been, mentioned a couple of times. I think last year there was, at this time as well, there was an issue that, this innovation is something that the department is excited about, and they're working on it. But I would like to see more. I know that the DG also mentioned that there will be a thorough presentation on this at a later stage, but it would be good to find out, like, really what is it that is being done to make sure that this project is moving forward, because as it is said that, it's supposed to start in the Durban corridor. What kind of infrastructure is going to be put to ensure that, that the trucks, because I think initially the problem was like, there is no infrastructure to ensure that the trucks can be able to fill hydrogen when they're traveling on that corridor. But I would like to know, what other more preparations has been done to ensure that this project moves forward, because I think this is what we had last year, and I was hoping that we'll have more information. Although, we've been told that, there's going to be a more elaborate presentation on it, but because the slide is here, I would just like to know briefly that if there's any additional information that we have to make sure that this project is being run is going to be run very soon. With regard to the aerospace, I would like to commend the department on this innovation. I think it's actually good to see South Africa participating in the aerospace system research, and for us to be able to be part of the those countries that seems to be heading on the aerospace, especially as that Elon Musk as well is very much into this aerospace, and it's good, actually, something that I would like to commend the department for. The one other thing that I would like to find out, that when you say you enhance the country's capability in prospecting of indigenous microbial resources for new commercial opportunities, what are we talking about? Which commercial space are we talking about? Is it on food, beverages, health, or is it in agriculture? I would like maybe if you can maybe elaborate on that. A bit, worrisome, the fact that when it comes to knowledge utilization for inclusive development, that the people that are disabled are excluded. They are not part of that. What is the department doing to ensure that, they do attract the people who are disabled to be able to participate in this initiative? with regard to I think it's slide 14, I'm sure that, Chair, we might need to do an oversight here because there are many projects that the department is doing. This one in particular, I think, is in KZN. I would like to commend this because I actually even looked at the company that is doing inventors. I don't think I'm pronouncing properly, but what my worry is that this kind of innovations, as much as South Africans will be taking part in ensuring that we are also producing and manufacturing, that there's no uptake, not only from the government, but also there's no uptake from the South Africans. And primarily sometimes it's because of, this perception that what comes from overseas is better. And also, our pricing as well is not very competitive. So I would like to find out, how is this company doing in terms of making sure that they do have the market, and how is the department coming in to ensure that there is a market for them, to be able to sell these inverters, because, as it is, there are many companies that are producing these. Okay. The photonics prototyping project. I think specifically I wanted to look at the one of the 3D of housing. The DG mentioned that they are about the Department of Housing in KZN. Decided that they should at least go and build about 25 houses as some kind of a prototype. But we already have a prototype in Western Cape. I thought by now that this project would have been a more aggressive uptake from the Department of Housing. To ensure that we move into this, given the fact that there is a real need for housing for our people. To only see that it's only 25 houses that have been taken up by KZN is, for me, is really much disappointing, because that actually talks to the concerns that, despite the South Africans we actually do manufacture and come up with these innovative ideas. The uptake from the government is very slow. So it actually makes you think that maybe we don't take innovation seriously, and we don't try to promote innovation within the country. Because if we're not funding these, then that means obviously companies that would like to take an interest in this, they won't do that, because the government itself doesn't want to uptake this kind of projects. Okay, I think it's slide 23. It is not clear which areas are going to be impacted by this achievement. I think, I would like to find, because all we're seeing is that, such and such a student achieved this, they obtained a PhD in this and whatever. There was as you say, the France-South Africa Innovation Partnership in Agriculture. I just want to now know what is it that we are talking about here. If we can have a more thorough explanation. I know that we don't have time, but I would like to know more about these innovations and what our students are achieving, especially in the agro-food chain, because we'd like to know, basically the value chain, and if there are any spin-off companies that are coming from these kind of projects, will be interesting to see. And what does it mean to your ordinary person, on the ground, if we have this kind of agro-food chain innovations? What does it mean to me as a person that was not part of the project? Okay, I'm just gonna go on. I think the issue finally is, how the department is the performance specifically. The fact that the department has performed badly, compared to the department of DHET, and we can see that the department is doing that well, especially if you look at Q3, whereby only 69% of targets have been achieved as opposed to Q2, 81%. I think that is a little bit worrisome, Chair. So we'd like to really, as much as the department acknowledges there are 4 shortfalls, but we'd like to see an improvement on those. And there's also the issue of expenditure on finances. I think that is something that I don't understand. Why are we, as much as there's the environments that we are seeing, there's a lot of movement of if a program is not doing well, then the money is being moved to another environment. I think that is totally unacceptable. That actually it goes to what was said before by a lot of members, that it looks like the planning is a little bit poor from the department, because you cannot have, you cannot come up with your APPs and say, this is what I would like to achieve, this is what's going to be these are going to be my targets, and only to find out down the line that you are unable to achieve those targets. And the only way to mitigate that is just to have environments whereby, you're just going to be moving, money from one program to the next, just to be able to say, I look like I have really spent on this. I think the department has to be very clear. If these are the targets that they are aiming for, they should be able to achieve them. It must be on time. It must be within the budget that has been that they themselves have allocated to that type of program. The other issue is that you see that there are also some projects like empowerment of the youth. I mean, we're talking about, saying that there's a lot of unemployment, a lot of our young people are not employed. But then when you actually look at this department, you can see that as much as they are trying with women, which I'm still not really satisfied with it, with the type of projects or whatever, of procurement from women that this department is receiving. But you actually don't see, there's a very little amount of young people that are actually taking advantage of this. What is the department doing to ensure that the youth, the young people are aware of the projects that are within, that they can actually be able to provide, services to this department, but obviously are not taking it up. Is either, there's no knowledge of it, or there's just no interest. I remember there was a PCR a company that was opened by a woman that is called Deep Medical Therapeutics. These women were going from department to department, trying to provide PCR to say, can you please help us? We are ready. We have PCR kits. We just need your support. And unfortunately, they were not assisted. And now they are basically looking for funding from outside. And yet you have a department that has CSR, eventually that's coming out of PCR, but there are people who have been in line saying that, we are available and, we want to be able to assist us and also to procure from us. So those are things that are a little bit concerning, Chair. And I think that's about it from me. I don't think there's anything else. I've really taken a lot of time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Makesi. Honorable Litsie.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I will not emulate the example of Honorable Makesi in giving the State of Honorable Makesi address, but I feel like there's maybe one point just to say, and I think we have a responsibility to be fair when we ask our questions. The issue of housing are related to the Department of Human Settlements. And if the Department of Human Settlement enters into an agreement with DSI on innovative ways of housing infrastructure, questions should go to the Department of Human Settlement and not necessarily the Department of Science and Innovation. So I thought maybe we must try and be fair to the department as we ask them our questions. DG, for a number of years, to together with yourselves, we've always agreed that the budget that must be given to DSI must increase. And in principle, I think there's been some increment in real value, which we believe that maybe we can do better. But it does not assist ourselves or our case when we'll go towards the end of the financial year and the department has not spent on critical core functions, on innovation, on and other issues. So it makes our job extremely difficult. Last year, or was it the previous financial year, some money was taken away from the department after COVID, the first batch of COVID, taken to other departments. And we made a lot of noise saying, no. It can't be that a critical department like DSI must still lose money, even though we understood that COVID came as a surprise and all of that. But here we are now. We are still underspending on critical core business of the department. And for me, DG, it defeats the purpose of what we are trying to do. And I'm going to elaborate on this with questions later on. But I want to ask, for the purposes of fairness, I want to ask the CFO the following question as I asked the CEO of Department of Higher Education. One, whether your department has incurred irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure during the second and the third quarter of 21-22. If so, how much was incurred as a result of those irregular expenditure, fruitless and wasteful ones? What services or goods were procured irregularly? What were the reasons for irregular expenditure? And if there were people who were responsible for this irregular expenditure, if there were people who were supposed to be responsible, how far are you as the department in terms of making consequence management on those ones, on those people? And then on the point I was making earlier, DG, there's a vacancy rate there of about 73 funded posts that could not be filled at the end of the third quarter, making it 3 quarters into the financial year with a post being funded and we have not filled it. What are the reasons why we have not filled these 73 vacant posts? And then there was an issue, I think on program 2, on technology innovation. Our expenditure there, in my view, is very low. It's about 490.1 million out of the available budget of 1.7 billion rands, which is lower than anticipated. And the CFO, in his response, amongst other things, says because of delayed payments, transfers, and subsidies of bioeconomic strategies and something like that, that emanated from the submission of supporting documents and financial statements by TIA. I'm bringing this one of Technology Innovation Agency because as a portfolio committee, I think since 2019, we've had one problem or the other when it comes to this agency called TIA. So what is the problem there? Why are they not, doing what they're supposed to do, submitting these papers that are supposed to, whatever, so that, I mean, our spending does not look as horrendous as it looks now. What is the problem that's here? It seems as if every year, Chair, TIA has got special problems. In 2019, if you remember, it was the board members, some of them residing in Australia or New Zealand, I can't remember. The following year, it was the appointment of one who was a service provider as a CEO or acting CEO, and now we've got this one. So, it's as if TIA in Alamatata, I don't know, what is it that DG, you with your team, they can do to address? I mean, it can't be that every year in and year out, there is one entity that keeps popping up from it does not make the department look good. And then on, this is 2021, 2022, second and third quarter reports. The department, when they appeared before us, I think same time last year, they indicated COVID as a main contributor to most of the issues. A year later, they are also indicating that the underspending on their programs was mainly due to the effects of COVID. And I don't want to, DJ, I always speak good about yourself, but I don't want to, sound as if this thing is not concerning. It's concerning that almost every year, maybe even next year, your underspending will be due to COVID. It can't be. We should have learned from the previous years' challenges on COVID, but it looks like we have not learned because even here we're still saying what we have not spent because of COVID. I think let's rather, let's bring solutions. How are we going to spend, even if there's COVID next year, or even if there's another pandemic next year? Because it can't be that 2-3 years, 3 financial years in a row, we'll still blame COVID for underspending, Chairperson. I think I'm trying to accept this as a reason, but it's very difficult for me to accept it. So let's get something. And then lastly, on the I think the CFO also of Department of Higher Education said this thing in her response, that some of the late payments of SMMEs, businesses owned by the youth, women, people with disabilities, and some big companies is because of some relevant documentation missing or not being delivered or submitted to the department. And it's concerning, Chair, that if that is the case, it means when a company has been given a PO, they don't know what is it when they submit their statement, their invoices. They don't know that there are other supporting documents that they're supposed to submit, which is concerning because it means when the department, somebody there at finance, when you agree that you are going to give this person a purchase order to deliver these goods and services, you don't inform them of what is it that they are supposed to deliver for them to be paid on time. And I'm saying this, Chair, it means the department, both departments from now, they must make sure that that is part now, that they include this thing of orientating service providers before even services are delivered on what is it that they're supposed to do or to submit in order for them to be paid on time within the stipulated government period of 30 days after the submission of an invoice. So it must be their program. They must include this as a program. All right. Every time we appoint somebody from finance or supply chain must orientate these people. This is what we want in order for us as the department to comply with government processes of 30 days. Because if we don't do this, next time they will come again and say, no, relevant documentation was not submitted by the service provider, and therefore we were able to, and therefore we contributed indirectly to 20% of small businesses owned by the youth, women, and people with disabilities who may be black, and their businesses dying. It can't be. It means we must make it a point that the department realizes that it's their responsibility to make sure that these documents are submitted on time, and all documents are submitted on time. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I apologize for taking long. I hope I did not emulate the state of Honorable Makesi address. Thanks.
It definitely was a state of honorability address, but that is fine. Honorable members, I think that was the last input. Did Honorable Kumalo speak? I think her hand was up earlier on. Okay.
No, she didn't speak. I'll forfeit my speaking opportunity. Thank you very much.
Okay. All right. Okay, that's fine. Thank you very much, honorable members. I'd now like to hand over to the department for their responses.
Thank you, Chair. We're still here. So I'd like to make a suggestion that we take the request by Honorable Mananiso, who indicated that we write to you and provide in writing a plan of action to address some of the areas where we've not performed as we were hoping for. We will also address the issue of who are the repeat offenders and the specific plans on the audit outcome, some of which were covered by the CFO in terms of what came out of the audit and how we've addressed those. We may include in that report, if you agree, Chair, the issue or issues that have been raised by Honorable Letsie, and in particular, the issues of who has incurred wasteful and irregular expenditure, services that were provided or were funded through irregular and people and consequence management, including where we are on the vacancy rate. Because when we produce this report, and when we report, usually there's a time lag, and we can give a sense of where we are now, because some of the things, as we pick them up in the in-year reporting, we then pick them up and then we put remedial action, including the point that he has made around challenges that are associated with COVID. And we'll probably divide these into two, because there are external factors of COVID that this year are as a result of the fact that international travel was still on and off. And therefore programs such as Program 3 and those initiatives where we rely on international partners would still be affected. So I think if you agree, Chair, we will indicate each and every question that was asked by the member and then provide you the written response. I would, however, like to make a couple of suggestions for some of the TDGs, perhaps to respond. Maybe starting with the CFO on the issues of youth and women procurement, if there are any challenges and how he sees that. And these are some of the questions that came from Honorable Makesi. So maybe if the CFO can speak about that. And I'm not so sure if the Professor Seleti is still here to respond to the drop in Q3 students and Q2. Hopefully he's here. If he's not, we'll include that response, Chair, to the written response. And then the second issue that I think we would like to respond to, I'm not so sure if Dr. Moape is around. It's the question on the hydrogen set of issues and where we're going with that, and whether he would be able to respond on the bioprospecting artificial intelligence program. We may not be able to give all the responses that have been requested because the bioprospecting is a platform. So the platform means that we use that knowledge for a range of programs that are geographically spread all over the country. So we will be guided by you, Chair, whether you want us to give an answer now or to give the full program of the bioprospecting and the artificial intelligence and the beneficiaries of that, because it's quite a big program within the DSI. So again, we'll be guided by yourself. And then if it's possible, I would like to also indicate that it's very difficult to respond to an issue that were used as a highlight to generalize. If there is a question around a young person who benefited from a program of a scholarship in Toulouse in France, and you'd like to know what it's all about, we can give that answer. But I think for me, perhaps the question is, does the committee want to know what each and every student is doing? Because she is just one of almost maybe 5,000 or 6,000 students. However, we can respond to the fact that we are providing training and a program of that particular student in the area of using digitalization in agriculture. That's as broad as we can go. But again, if Honorable Makesi wants the full program, international program, and what the students are being trained on and how relevant that is, that's something that we can do. And then I will come and talk about a couple of issues, Chair. The one was started by Honorable Letsie on the 25 number of the 3D printing, because I would like the committee to help us with some of these. And then I will also respond to the IMCs and the decadal plans, if you like, systemic interventions that we are providing, because sometimes to respond to a particular question could miss, I think, a systemic problem that even if you had more than 25 houses in KZN, if there isn't a country systemic program around how innovations that we show progress are taken up in the country, and we can't do that alone. We need yourself to help us with. So that's what I would like to suggest, and I suspect that if we've done that, we will have covered the bulk of the issues that were raised. So with your permission, let me ask then Acting CFO, followed by Dr. Moape. If Fiona is around, maybe each 5 minutes, and then there were issues, Imran Patel around youth empowerment, maybe you could 5 minutes each, and then I'll do the wrap up at the end, Chair, so if you're fine with that. CFO?
Thanks, DG. DG, just to respond to a member on the issue of the youth, we do have a procurement strategy which we would like to ensure that it is implemented to the latter. And as I've indicated, we in the next financial year, our our intention is to ensure that all the programs in the procurement plans, they put money aside, procurement aside, to be procured from, historically disadvantaged individuals, including the youth. Our aim is to address this, to ensure that as many as youth are able to get work from us. But one of the things that actually affected us during this period, as DG had indicated, actually COVID played a significant role in how we do our work. Most of the companies that we used to get work from, most of them went under. We are struggling to get service providers to assist us. Hence, we had challenges. In the latter period of the year, we were able to get significant percentage of youth, significant percentage of women. But as we move along, most companies went under. Then we are having challenges there. But what we are trying to do, as I've indicated, we just want to make sure that in our procurement plan, in our demand plan, there is an amount set aside for these categories of individual. So we want to address this as we move along. I just want to address an issue of us not underspending. I did indicate that we have introduced a measure where we are looking as to how our implementing agencies are spending. This affected our spending. Well, what we did, if an agency is not spending, we do not transfer the next tranche, and until we are happy that the 90% of that budget that was transferred had been spent. So this affected our spending as a department. Hence, we had to move some of the funding elsewhere. If we were not introducing these measures, we would have spent our budget as we had planned. But because of these measures, what we have noticed that is the National Treasury, when they cut the budget, they don't only look at the DSI budget, but they also look at other agencies. How are they performing? And that affects the budget of the DSI. So we try to push that to ensure that going forward, all the cash surplus that they have, they are reduced. So for this year, that is one of the things that made us not, spend the money as we should. But as we move along, as these anomalies are corrected, the department is going to be able to spend this budget at the time that it wants to spend. And then on the issue of whether we had irregular expenditure, we didn't have irregular expenditure, Honorable Member, from 1 April up to now. So far, there was nothing. We didn't get anything, any fruitless or any irregular. The irregular expenditure that we report on, it emanates from prior years that all the processes in terms of investigation, in terms of all the other matters that are required, have been attended to. We have sent them to National Treasury requesting the condonation on those irregular expenditures. And okay, with regard to, we take cognizance, Honorable Lidzi, and we really appreciate that. We will orientate our service providers, but I just want to inform Honorable Lidzi that most of the challenges that we get where we might find that the documents are not in order, they relate to short to long-term contracts. If it's a once-off procurement, we normally don't have challenges. But if, say, for example, it's a 3-year contract, you will find that during the course of the 3 year, the tax clearance has expired because tax matters are not the same. So sometimes when we are paying, we're getting the invoice where that is when now we realize that, but tax matters are not the same. But that is one of the orientation that we will, when we are procuring, to inform all our service providers to ensure that they regularly keep on monitoring their tax matters to ensure that when the term payment comes, everything is in order. I think I've addressed all the questions that they've requested. Thanks.
Yes, thanks very much. Dr. Mope, on the 3 parts, the first one, bioprospecting, the hydrogen one, and then the Honorable Letzier's question around slow spending, if you are able to maybe give a sense of how we've addressed some of those.
Okay, thanks very much, DG, and thanks to the honorable members. I hope I'm audible. The issue around the hydrogen, so the member was wanting to know what is actually happening. The work, there's 2 streams of work that we're dealing with, and what we are busy with now is to work towards implementing what we call the catalytic projects. And these are projects that are going to enable us to really get things going on the ground. We've been very clear that for us to begin to realize the kind of infrastructure requirements, we will need to have partnerships with the private sector. And in that regard, I'm pleased to say that we have just, I think about a week or 2 ago, just finalized our memorandum of understanding with SASO, who is going to be one of the partners. So there are things that are starting to happen in that regards, and as DG has indicated, when we do present the full program, you'll get a sense of what exactly is happening on the ground. And I must indicate that one of our partners in this program, in terms of the deployments, they have already, in a way, signed a number of deployment agreements, for example, with specific shopping malls and residential estates, where the deployment of hydrogen fuel cells is going to be realized. Now, on the question of bioprospecting, now, this is the company that was actually spun out of the CSIR. It is the same company that last year, August, they got accreditation to locally manufacture testing kits for COVID and other related ailments. And what they do is they actually use indigenous microbes. So either you're looking at them doing bioprospecting of this bacterial material, and the application is quite varied, as the honorable member has indicated. The application could be in the area of food, it could be in the area of agriculture, and in the area of health. And for this reason, that's why some of the projects that we're funding, even through the Innovation Fund, are looking at the use of some of these
I've lost Dr. Moke.
I can hear you, DG. Can anybody still hear me?
Yes, we
for a bit, but we can hear you now.
We can hear you now. Thanks. Yeah.
No, thanks very much. So I was just saying the issue of the bioprospecting, it applies to microbes that are used in both food, agriculture, and health. So it's not really a specific area. Now, the last point I want to make, or maybe not necessarily the last, is the issue of the MLT drives and the market. So MLT drives is already exporting to the Middle East and to Europe. So they don't at this point in time have any challenges around the marketing of their products. So they are doing well, and we are proud as a science system that the funding of MLT drives started with NRF grants, and graduated into other areas of funding from the department. So to date, they are actually in the market. Then there was a point around deep therapeutics. I don't know this particular company, but what we have done in terms of promoting local products is that we have engaged various manufacturers, but we also there are other manufacturers who were simply importing products from abroad and doing the testing. In that regards, it really becomes a commercial venture as to how they sell themselves to various laboratories that undertake testing. On the issue of tier spending, I wasn't quite clear exactly which slide the honorable member referred to. However, we have been engaging tier on the matters relating to their spending. And as the honorable member has indicated, every year, and we have decided, as the CFO has said, that where the funding is not being spent, we actually redirect them to other programs that we are supporting. So we are actually using that to fast track the investment in other areas of work. I don't know, DG, if I have answered all your questions, but those are those that I have noted that relates to program 2.
Thanks very much, Dr. Mope. Maybe let me start, Chair, as I try and sweep on 4 points. The first one is, as the Chair and the members are aware that we are in the second phase of the tier review. So some of the issues that Honorable Letsie was pointing out, they are systemic and they are long-term. So we would like to address them once we've got the review completed. Of course, some of them are operational, but we've found out now, after just observing how the entity works, that they are dialectical. I'm told there's a term like that. The one affects the other and the other one impacts on the other. So if the chair agrees that, yes, we recognize that this is a problem that needs to be solved and go away, and let's get the review presented to yourself, what remedial action in the medium to long term would like to put in place, we do so. The second issue that I wanted to refer to, which again addresses some of the concerns that were raised by Honorable Makesi, is that we are very much aware that Treasury has requested that we look at the procurement bill or the amendment to the preferential procurement. And one of the things that we have included there is how we can amend this to make sure that there is a promotion of locally produced technology. So again, I'm not responding to the issue of the 25 houses vis-a-vis the rollout of the technology as a whole, but we think this is a very important lever to the issue she raised around how do you promote innovation on locally developed technology. So that's the work that we are doing together with ensuring that we have this technology acquisition deployment fund, which is a fund administered by TIA to look at local innovations and how they can assist the country and municipalities as part of making sure innovations are adopted. And then the third issue that I wanted to talk about is the issue of locking budgets by line departments to drive innovations within their own activities. You are aware that we are making progress with this, and again, at an appropriate time, we'll come and present to yourself on how we think this will begin to address the issue that she was raising. And then the last issue is that there's an IMC interministerial committee that begins hopefully to bring different ministries under this structure in order to drive innovations that are coming from the National System of Innovation and how they can address either modernization of the sector or specific service delivery issues. So let's remember that there are those high-level systemic interventions that we are working on, which will hopefully address some of the immediate issues that I think were picked up during our reporting. But lastly then, Chair, we have summarized all of the questions that have been asked. We will respond to them in writing, including our last point that says, yes, maybe at this second and third quarter, there was a dip in the performance, but we do like to remind the committee to look at the last 2 years' final performance of the NSI, which tends to be always above 99.7%. But thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, DG and colleagues from the DSI. I think, DG, you know, I'm a bit wary of perhaps the precedents that we're setting in terms of, and I guess we're forced, of course, considering the time limitations we have, but I really want to be stern in saying, colleagues, we when we do request and agree collectively that we will resort to colleagues being given time to complement the responses they would have given us in the meeting through a written response, we really implore on colleagues to commit to, sorry, someone was, apologies for that. We really implore on colleagues to adhere to their part of the agreement, which is to submit this information within 7 days. There's quite a number of information that the committee has requested further, response to in writing on health innovation, R&D investment, on some of the responses from our oversight in the Northern Cape, issues around our capabilities to develop vaccine and the manufacturing thereof. Sincerest apologies, colleagues. I don't understand why. I think my phone, and this is where science or innovation deals with us, my phone is linked to to my other devices. So if it rings on the phone, it rings on the laptop, on everywhere. So I really apologize, colleagues, for that. So as I was saying, apologies. So there's essentially quite a substantive amount of information that we've requested from the department that we haven't received. And what we will then do is facilitate that our colleague in the Secretariat, Shanaz, indicate to the department all the outstanding information we've requested from the department that we haven't received. Because ultimately, us not receiving this information essentially means that the department is not thoroughly accounting to us. And that's going to be a great problem for us, and it's not going to assist us in what we're trying to do through our oversight role. So DG, as you prepare for the written responses coming out of this particular briefing, you will also receive an email probably within the next day or so, probably on Monday, from our colleagues indicating what other responses we've not received. And really, we must indicate, DG, that this does not sit well with the committee at all. And then, DG, I'd like to, just looking at the questions members have raised, and you've alluded to a response that says, but if you want more info, like, would you want us to be elaborative on every single student, or which essentially you're trying to say it's impractical. But I think it goes to how perhaps we're presented to, and perhaps if the department could consider. And I've spoken to this before, and we must assist one another, because perhaps there's a fine line between being content heavy and vis-a-vis not saying much in the presentations, and this then leaves members. So what we don't want is the department to now start writing essays in their presentations, but what we also don't want is to leave members sort of putting the pieces together. And so we really need to implore on the department to consider, again, I think I've said this before, how they present to us, so that members can ask questions that don't seem as though they are unfounded or irrelevant. But also, I think it just generally speaks to this issue of what is presented by the department. I think even if you just speak to some of how the performance of the department is articulated, and where there is detail and where there is no detail, and maybe what we could do is, in writing, perhaps send something to the department from the committee side of areas where we feel the department has underreported, or where they have not been consistent in how it's reported. And this really makes it difficult for us to do our oversight role as a committee. I think, DG, for us, again, we do seek to see stability in the department in terms of various posts. In relation to the decadal plan, we want to see an acceleration of progress in that regard, the approvals that need to be made, so we can get to a point where it is actually implemented. I think highlight of what many members have spoken to is, how do we underspend when we as a department and a committee have supported the need for the department and the sector at large to have an increased budget, yet we're underspending in certain areas. And I think it's something that we need to look into and continue to work on, and something that greatly concerns the committee. And so I'll leave it at that. Again, DG, other matters that have been raised by members which we're concerned about is really, getting to the crux of what informs areas where we've not performed as well as we've performed. And I mean, we are seeing a recurring trend of a reference to poor management of various documents or poor target formulation. And this we need to try our best to remedy, DG, and see progress in that regard.
So I think I'll leave it at that for now, colleagues, and then truly, of course, appreciate all the contributions of members and all the questions, recommendations that have been made by members. We'd also then like to implore the department to adhere to the agreement that we're making here, to say that within the next 7 days, you will send the written responses, DG. And then you've also spoken to perhaps some sort of the various matters that have been raised by members, which perhaps can be translated into full briefings. We can, together with your office, and sit and establish which key, segments of the work of the department would like to translate into a full briefing, and see how we can schedule that into the program of the committee. And so, yeah, I think we'll leave it at that for now, and truly appreciate the time that colleagues have taken to be part and parcel of this engagement. And let's really work at ensuring we're able to remedy the challenges that we are faced with in order for science and innovation to have the impact that it ought to have on the daily lived realities of people. I've been saying something lately of science for the people, with the people, by the people. That's what we want to see, DG. And I think the crux of the questions that members ask speak to that. So having said that, colleagues, I'd like to call the meeting to an end. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to the members.
Bye-bye. Chase. Oh, Tracy has left.
Recording stop.